million women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh ain't competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women. Business. She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, a quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women, yeah. With a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn. My name is Helen from Happy Hand.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Licona.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.
You can do anything. Million women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh ain't competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women.
Business.
She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, a quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women, yeah. With a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn. My name is Helen from Happy Hand.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Licona.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.
women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh ain't competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chairwoman's chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women.
Business.
She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, the quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women. Yeah, with a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn. My name is Helen from Happy Hand.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Nipola.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.
You can do anything. Million women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh ain't competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chairwoman's chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women.
Business.
She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, the quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women. Yeah, with a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn. My name is Helen from Happy Hand.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Nipola.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.
You can do anything. million women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh in competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
President of the Caribbean Development Bank, Dr. Hyginus Jean Leon, Executive Director, International Trade Center, Mrs. Pamela Hamilton, Deputy Development Director for the Caribbean of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, and UK Alternate Director to the Caribbean
3 million
Development Bank,
women mean
Mrs. Mills, Representative for the United Nations Women Multi-Country Office for the Caribbean, Ms. Tony Ann Broadburn, Director General of the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States Commission, Dr. Didicus Jules, and Dr. Jules is joining us remotely. Assistant Secretary General, CARICOM Single Market and Trade, CARICOM Secretariat, Ambassador Wayne McCook. Former Director General, CARICOM Office of Trade Negotiations, Ambassador Gail Mathurin. Vice President Operations, Mr. Isaac Solomon. Specially invited guests, members of the media, good morning, and welcome to the Caribbean Development Bank for the launch of the SheTrades Regional Hub in the Caribbean. We at the bank are happy to join with partners at the International Trade Center to create this 15th ICC community that includes Africa, Asia, Latin America, and now the Caribbean. This two-day event, which began yesterday, brings together several subject matter experts in finance, development, and female-led business to discuss opportunities for growth and solutions that will reduce some of the societal barriers that women in business face. To give the welcome remarks, I invite the Executive Director of the International Trade Center, Mrs. Pamela Hamilton, to the podium.
Thank you. I'm short. Yeah. This is a little tall here. Thank you so much. It's so good to be here. I feel like I'm at a reunion, you know? I'm hugging everybody. Hi, how are you? It's great to be home. The Caribbean is home for me, and it's always wonderful to see friends, colleagues, you know, partners in crime back here. I could go through the long list of salutations, but can I skip that? Thank you. Dr. Jean Leon, it is wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for hosting us. Thank you so much for agreeing to this. Thank you so much for being part of this, for me, fulfillment of a dream. We have been thinking about this for a very long time, and it is something that we're really happy is being launched and will definitely move to the next level. We've actually been in meetings at UNGA on this very issue. So, distinguished guests, honorable ladies and gentlemen, members of the public sector and private sector, I see Deodat, I see Wayne, I see Therese, the usual suspects. Thank you so much for coming. We're very happy to have you. I'm pleased to be with you for this launch of the SheTrades Hub in the Caribbean. And before I begin, once again, I want to thank Caribbean Development Bank, not just the president, but the members who have worked so hard to make this happen, as well as my ITC team, who have really pulled out the stops. Kayan also used to work for me, and who else? I kind of feel like half used to work for me and half I worked with, so you know. But it's really a proud moment on a personal level. I grew up in Mandeville, a small bauxite town, as you all know, in Jamaica. And I later entered a career in trade and aspiring to make a difference, not just for our region, but globally. And since then, of course, I've had a few opportunities to do so. A few years ago at Caribbean Export, we launched a women's initiative for the first time. And at the time, we got a lot of pushback. I was explaining to someone, to the High Commissioner yesterday, that there's this fallacy in the Caribbean that women are in charge and don't need any help. So empirical data is very important to address that misrepresentation of facts. And I know men are like, yeah, right. But the point is that when it comes to entrepreneurship and economic power, it's not true in the Caribbean. We are managers, but we don't own. And there's a difference, and there's a huge power imbalance there. So we're very happy to have been able to be part of launching what was then the Women Empowered Through Exports program. We Export, which I spearheaded, and we saw so many women achieve great results in new markets, in Whole Foods, etc. The thing about Caribbean women, as you know, and all of us here know this well, is, we know how to make a lot out of very little. In Jamaica, we call it you turn your hand and you make fashion, right? And we have a way of, no matter what, getting it done. And so it's a testament to our resilience as a people, as women in the Caribbean. We bring an approach to that business as well that reflects that resilience. We find creative solutions to get our products made, even if it's from your home kitchen, while often balancing caretaking responsibilities within our families. But even the most resilient among us need support. And that's why we're here today. A lesson that the past few years, especially during COVID, has driven home for all of us. During the COVID-19 pandemic, our data showed that women entrepreneurs were more negatively impacted than men, and that women-led firms operating in industries such as accommodation, food, retail, wholesale suffered the most. And of course, given the dependence of the Caribbean on tourism, you would have been clear on what the widespread implications would have been. So this is why I'm excited that the Caribbean Development Bank has really prioritized women entrepreneurs. They're a longtime partner of ours, and we've had the benefit of seeing firsthand CDB's positive influence in the region, their foresight, the vision, and more recently, the embrace of trade. It tended to be considered very separately, and I'm very happy that Jean has really taken up the mantle of pushing the need for integration, a closer integration of the trade realities and the policy imperatives on the ground. I was fortunate to be on a panel with Jean at the World Trade Organization's public forum in Geneva, where we both shared with the international policy community the need for systemic change towards a more inclusive and sustainable trading landscape, especially given what we'd both witnessed in the Caribbean, where the current rules have made it harder for local businesses to export and thrive. You now throw in the EU deforestation regulations, and we are definitely going to have some challenges moving ahead if we do not have the access to information, to finance, to technology to meet those new requirements. So the Caribbean Development Bank work to put women entrepreneurs in the spotlight is exactly the kind of change we need. And it's clear that trade and gender, which was once a topic most would consider not something that we should focus on, is now central in the Caribbean discourse. The bank has a critical role to play in the region's development. Its goals of having extreme poverty by end of 2025 among borrowing member countries, and supporting inclusive and sustainable growth are objectives that are very much in line with ITC's mandate. Our own strategic plan highlights how trade can contribute to building inclusive and sustainable economies, and like the bank, we've raised our ambition for women-led businesses, including launching our Gender Moonshot, which aims to help improve livelihoods through trade. We need these kinds of efforts more than ever. As recently at UNGA, as I mentioned, and the SDG Summit pointed out very clearly that we are way off achieving any of the Sustainable Development Goals. Right now, we're 15% on track, which means we're 85% off track. just you know. But interestingly, the conversations that we heard and the discussions all focused on the fact that women's empowerment has to be the basis for any continuing dialogue and engagement on the SDGs. And I think this entire process is going to be part of pushing that and ensuring that we are able to move ahead and get things done. And that's why I'm optimistic, because I believe that the SheTrades Hub is a central part of that. And we need to use this as one of the mechanisms to drive the SDG agenda and hopefully get much further than we did up to this point. The thing about SDG 5 is that while it is cross-cutting, it also has to be specific. And these hubs, we hope, will connect thousands of women across the globe to markets and financial institutions. The Caribbean Development Bank is renowned for its dedication to gender equality and to inclusive economic growth, having ramped up its gender mainstreaming capacity building program, both internally and externally. By providing this funding and serving as a host for the SheTrades regional hub in the Caribbean over the next 2 years, the bank is officially on board to make this vision a reality. This hub will be a catalyst for greater participation of women-led businesses in the Caribbean region in international trade. It will help them grow their businesses, connect to markets, and become more competitive in a shifting and often precarious landscape. I'd like to emphasize that the hub is not made up of only one institution, but instead revolves and involves a devoted community of partners, which includes governments, private sector, and financial institutions. And that's because our research has shown that a team effort is what is required to ensure that women's empowerment actually works. I encourage everyone here to rethink how we can work together to make inclusive trade a driving force behind achieving the SDGs. Governments, the private sector, financial institutions, and the development community have the power to make that dream possible. Together, we can reshape norms and expectations around women in trade and empower girls and women to benefit from the global economy. The SheTrades Regional Hub in the Caribbean will surely create new networks, provide new lessons, and open new doors for women in trade in the region and beyond. We are looking at having SheTrades Global, hopefully in early next year. We'll be having a huge SheTrades Global on the margins of the World Trade Organization MC13 in February. And so we hope that there will be representation from the Caribbean SheTrades Hub and all the others across the world. Right now, when we get to DR, it will be 15, and they will be representative from Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, and so on. And I think the kinds of synergies that can be created by this coming together can be phenomenal. So let me close by saying, as we've seen at ITC through other projects in the Caribbean, from work on cocoa and coconut value chains to efforts at connecting local creative industries and international markets, this is a region that has the potential to inspire others throughout the world. I can't wait to see what this new hub achieves, and I'm grateful to all of you for your support. Thank you, and I wish you a productive session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Cook-Hamilton, for those remarks. I now invite the President of the Caribbean Development Bank, Dr. Hyginus Leon, to give his remarks. President?
Good morning, all. And protocols having been observed, I don't intend to go for a list, just to acknowledge my good friend Pam, Executive Director of the ITC, and to acknowledge equally in our midst the more distinguished among us from the broader partner community. I refer to Ian, of course, and equally any from the diplomatic corps. So let me begin by indicating that it is a distinct pleasure of mine to join you today as we embark on this, what we can only describe as a new, exciting, and exceedingly important initiative through which we seek to facilitate the transformation of the lives of the people in our region using the age-old practice of partnerships. For me, what we are launching here is not just about the empowerment of Caribbean women. It is potentially a gigantic step towards gender equity. And I want to stress gender equity because we talk a lot about gender equality. There is no reason why it has to be equal in numeric terms. Equity in opportunity could mean beyond equality in numbers. And I prefer equity than equality, even if it means striving at least towards equality, but we shouldn't limit it. So gender equity for me is really what we need to be aiming for. The Caribbean's existence has been marked, we can note, by multiple periods of crisis and a repeated sense of urgency of now. That seems to be what we do on a repeated basis. And in a sense, that's not surprising because our past and even our present has been constantly underwritten by shocks and traumas visited on us by elements or forces over which we have no control. It is therefore for this reason that we must envision and craft a future that is resilient and in which Caribbean people do not merely survive, but thrive. Fundamental to the achievement of this vision, we argue, is the articulation and operationalization of an approach where all share a common humanity and therefore have a right to equitable treatment, support for our human rights, and a fair allocation of community resources. This, colleagues, is essentially a social justice agenda. And as we have argued, you cannot have development, you cannot have equitable, inclusive development without social justice. And 2 weeks ago in Geneva, we were extending this in the spirit of climate change. You cannot have climate justice without social justice. And you cannot have social justice without trade justice. That was the addition coming out of the WTO. And so while we are promoting trade here, it is a distinct and critical element to the social justice agenda that we are talking about. And that social justice agenda is essential for the very inclusive development agenda that we are talking about. So in terms of the social justice element, I think we can equally say we cannot achieve social justice without gender equity. And we can define that as having equal opportunities, equal rights, and equal responsibilities for women, men, girls, and boys to shape their lives and contribute to society. That's the bottom line. It has to be focused around people. Importantly, it also refers to the transformational commitment needed to make equity in all of its dimensions a reality within the human rights agenda. It requires that the interests, the needs, and priorities of females and males, as well as vulnerable populations, be taken into consideration in recognition of the great diversity within and among these groups. It's a commitment that the Caribbean Development Bank proudly owns, and one that we champion. And we have done so through our 2019 Gender Policy and Operational Strategy. Building on our equally firm commitment to leverage partnerships for what we are now claiming as resilient prosperity. That's the new phrase. No longer sustainable development, resilient prosperity. Our collaboration with the ITC and the launch of the SheTrades Caribbean Hub seeks to move the needle for one of the action pillars of our strategy, namely economic empowerment for all. While we know that trade and investment can be an important driver for economic empowerment of women, we also know that the systemic challenges such as poor data quality, inadequate business support services, unfavorable business environments, and limited access to affordable finance, compounded by socio-cultural biases against women entrepreneurs, all of those stand in the way. So the SheTrades Hub is not a cure for all of those issues. What the Hub can do is to provide a more level playing field for its members, where they can share experiences and access information and tools for sustaining growth, thus allowing each business to stand on a firm foundation and be less vulnerable to economic and societal shocks. Each person's success obviously will not be the same, but if given the same opportunity, we believe they can create livelihoods and contribute to our collective prosperity as a people. And that's why we wholeheartedly supported and will continue to stand with you in promoting the SheTrades Hub and generate that empowerment of women towards this gender equity that will contribute to the social justice that we think is not the panacea, but the pathway to economic resilient prosperity. The SheTrades Hub also allows CDB to activate a value chain approach to tackling the impediments to women's economic empowerment. In this regard, it will complement and extend the footprint of CDB's own initiatives, such as the Caribbean Technological Consultancy Services Network, the Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund, and our investment in the Portland Equity Fund 3, which is designed to focus on investments with a gender lens. These initiatives and the programs allow us to support private sector development, specifically the promotion of broad-based economic growth for women-owned micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, as well as gender-responsive social development. Our aim, therefore, is to promote inclusive development and gender equity, while creating more opportunities with higher wages and better working conditions for women. Joining forces with an international development partner allows us to leverage additional resources to improve market access for women-owned businesses. Moreover, CDB's future interventions are anchored in a programmatic approach, targeting by 2025 over 2,000 women-owned or women-led MSMEs supported by the regional SheTrades Hub. By 2025, and I want to repeat that, over 2,000, that's the target, women-owned or women-led MSMEs supported by the regional SheTrades Hub. The bank has engaged a project team that has been working since February of this year on the operationalization of the hub. And so I can state, even if my staff may not like to hear that immediately, and I stress immediately, after today's signing, which will happen in a little while, the team will be tasked to start sharing with stakeholders in the region the agenda that we are developing for supporting women-owned and women-led MSMEs under the SheTrades Caribbean Hub. I hope that was very clear. So when I ask you at the end of December how much progress we've made, because the target is by 2025, which means I expect 2 1/4 years in the making, means a quarter year would have passed by the end of this year. So I expect a progress report on the first quarter's work. So in closing, Let me reiterate that CDB is committed to and continues to create and support the development of innovative, dynamic, and accessible products and programs to enhance MSME competitiveness through the lens of social and gender equity. So together, and I always like a last call to action, let us forge a path towards social justice, characterized by the empowerment of women entrepreneurs and a future where opportunities abound for all. Thank you.
Those very positive remarks, Dr. Leon, and I hope the project team heard the deadline by which he's expecting the first report. We will now show you a video presentation on the work of SheTrades, and while that presentation is on, I would invite Ms. Coke-Hamilton and the President to please move over to the table for the official signing ceremony.
At ITC, we work to expand trade and investment opportunities for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. We set up the SheTrades initiative to unleash the potential of women entrepreneurs because of the impact they can have on communities and on the economy. We want to connect 3 million women entrepreneurs to markets by 2021. 7 global actions help us achieve our goals. 1. Champion quality data. 2. Enact fair policies. 3. Secure government contracts. 4. Strike business deals. 5. Enable market access. 6. Unlock financial services. And 7. Grant ownership rights. We support a more inclusive trade ecosystem through policy advice, data, and dialogue. And countries are setting up their own SheTrades hubs, focusing on the SheTrades actions that matter most to them. Our online platform allows members to access learning materials, participate in live webinars with our partners, and do business. We also have a global reach through strong partnerships. Interested? Join us. Register on shetrades.com and download the mobile app now.
And now the moment that we've been looking forward to for quite some time, I now invite President Leon and Mrs. Coke-Hamilton to sign the collaboration agreement for the SheTrades Regional Hub in the Caribbean. We have liftoff, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Ms. Coke-Hamilton and President Leon. We now present the faces of SheTrades Caribbean, and it's an overview of ITC SheTrades and the SheTrades Caribbean Hub. And to present that is Ms. Kayan Anderson of the SheTrades Caribbean Hub. She's the regional coordinator at the Caribbean Development Bank.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. And I had a whole foray planned, but given the President's imprimatur, we will not spend time on ceremony. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to the bank, to the Caribbean Development Bank. Mr. President, Pamela, Madame Edie, we really appreciate you being here with us. So before I go into my drive-by, we'll just have a short video of what we're planning to engage with you.
So SheTrades is a program to support 3 million women in the world to connect to the market.
Achates kakik ame.
3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women.
En mi cultura, la abeja maya, la melipona, es sagrada para nosotros.
Trà là một nghệ thuật. Các nghệ nhân của chúng tôi đã có truyền thống đan nát là từ hàng nghìn năm nay rồi.
Three million women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh ain't competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business.
Đối với người phụ nữ Việt Nam thì không phải là cái đương chức làm mẹ.
Qué bonitos ojos tienes.
She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chairwoman's chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women. She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life.
Trà nó mang một nét văn hóa tinh hoa của người Việt.
Làm ra những sản phẩm sáng tạo bằng tay. Bèo giạt mây trôi.
SheTrades me dará la oportunidad de exportar la miel.
She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, a quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women, yeah, with a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn.
My name is Helen from Happy Hand.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la abeja melipona.
All women in the world, believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.
You can do anything.
And that is the goal. That is the goal of the ITC SheTrades initiative. The family of the Caribbean has now joined, and as our president has charged us to forge a path towards social justice, we take this very seriously, characterized, as he has shared, by gender equity, and our hope through our work for the SheTrades Caribbean Hub is that we will be able to scale up impact, sustainability, and trade interventions for Caribbean women. The Caribbean Hub is joining a family of friends from all across the world, and they are with us today from Africa, Asia, joining from Latin America, also watching online, so we appreciate the rest of the team. We are joined as well by the global coordinator for the SheTrades initiative, Dr. Michelle Christie, and Jem, who shared yesterday in our sessions around sharing the validation of findings from the SheTrades Outlook work that has already been done in 7 of the 19 bar member countries. If the presentation will not come up, I will start dancing. But just to share with you, the ITC SheTrades hubs, they serve as resource centers for women entrepreneurs. And because of the partnership that is available through the ITC, through the Caribbean Development Bank and other players, we do expect, there's our family, These are the regional coordinators from across the world welcoming us to the ITC SheTrades family. And really, we're charged to empower women entrepreneurs, not just through accessing trainings and market and investment opportunities, but really creating a community of partners where women can work together. It is often said sometimes that women do not work well together. Those of us in the room are proof of otherwise, that we do absolutely, once we do get together, we do make impact, and we support our regions, we support our families, we support our communities, and that is what we want to take to the world. The Caribbean Hub is joining this family and is the 14th hub being established, the first regional hub. You know how we do it here? We're always first. And I've already warned Dr. Christie and her team that once you invite the Caribbean in the room, then everything lights up. And so we are also charged by our president to light it up in other ways than just the vibe and the vim. So the roadmap really for the SheTrades initiative is that we would build upon all of the work that has already taken place in the ITC and within the Caribbean Development Bank to include economic growth in our region through increasing the participation of SMEs in trade. The outcome would be that women-led businesses in the region are more competitive and are also connected to markets. And so those are our marching orders, together with the president's marching orders, which we will take very seriously as we engage to share, raise awareness, share tools and activities, equip business support organizations by building the capacity of their staff with training and tools that deliver services to women-led businesses, and also to implement organized activities, business generation activities for women, peer-to-peer learning sessions, and building relationships with key trading regions in our trading institutions in our region. I want to share some of the work and the results that the ITC boasts already from its work, where women entrepreneurs have been benefiting from these hubs through the training with the host institutions of the hubs in competitiveness, digital skills, making the green transition. Some of the results to date are that over 4,500 women entrepreneurs have been trained. Over 400 women entrepreneurs have received new services. And in October 2022, 39 women entrepreneurs from Nigeria, Rwanda, Kenya, and Trinidad and Tobago generated over $1.2 million worth of business leads when they attended the Fruit Attraction Trade Fair. And we are looking forward to also supporting women-led businesses to attend other trade fairs over the next 2 years. The SheTrades initiative also is a channel for policy-level support. And so we have built into our initial scoping of our project and the program of activities, really focusing around advocacy around policy issues that we believe that the Caribbean Development Bank is well positioned as a convening authority in the region to shift that needle. And we are looking forward to engaging with the entire region. We have representatives from almost all of the borrowing member countries here with us who have joined us in person as well to be here for these past 2 days. And we acknowledge them and we thank you for having made the investment to join us. So our focus for the hub, we will be working with business support organizations across the region and to reach women-led businesses in each of our countries. Through that network of business support organizations, our hope is that we will be able to meet the president's target of 2,000 women by 2020, at least, thank you. at least 2,000 women by 2025. You'll have to teach me about that front-loading, Dr. Leon. So we really we've already started engaging with the boring member countries. We've had 14 consultations with 14 out of the 19 countries so far. And this symposium, which follows this launch this morning, we do hope to take from the symposium practical, implementable solutions. We're not really focused on going back around the wheel around certain issues. We want to take forward as well some of the solutions that were coming out of the President's Innovative Chat and the annual meeting held in St. Lucia in June, and also some of the agenda of the International Trade Center as well. So I want to also acknowledge our team and the leadership of the private sector division of the bank, as well as our new director of projects. We're looking forward to delivering results and doing so quickly. Thank you very much. And after this, we invite you to stay for the symposium, where we'll have robust discussions for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Imagine a community, a network, leveraging the power of the pink purse to drive prosperity. One Caribbean grouping, a global partnership, connecting women entrepreneurs to the world. This dream can become a reality through the SheTrades Caribbean Hub. Join SheTrades Caribbean as we support your business's success. Grow your business, grow Caribbean economies, and thrive. Our women in business will connect with experts to improve enterprise competitiveness and enjoy linkages with investments and markets within and beyond the region. Join SheTrades, connect with us, and see your business grow. The SheTrades Caribbean Hub at the Caribbean Development Bank.
What the SheTrades Regional Hub in the Caribbean will do for the women in all of our communities, and a special thanks to Kea and Anderson. Well, that brings us to the end of this launch ceremony. Thank you for joining us. The symposium continues with several sessions profiling Caribbean women entrepreneurs, the business spotlight, and of course, panel exploring solutions. So please join us, either stay with us face-to-face or virtually, and participate in these interesting discussions. Thank you so much.
Million women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh in competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women. Business. She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, a quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women. With a hope, with a need, when women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn.
My name is Helen from Happy Hand.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la abeja melipona.
All women in the world, believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.
You can do anything. Million women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh in competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender.
Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.
You can do anything. on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh in competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women.
Business.
She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, a quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women, yeah, with a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn.
My name is Helen from Happy Hand.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Lipona.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.
You can do anything. Million women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh in competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women.
Business.
She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, a quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women, yeah, with a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn.
My name is Helen from Happy Hand.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Lipona.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.
You can do anything.
Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start
themselves within country. It doesn't have to be only external. So that's an important point. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your time.
Mic? Yeah, but I think I need to use this one initially. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lisa Harding. I am the acting head of the private sector division of the Caribbean Development Bank, and it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the start of the symposium for the SheTrades Caribbean Hub. Just a little bit in terms of background and to contextualize what we plan on doing today. You would have heard from our president earlier this morning in terms of how we see the important role of MSMEs. And you would have also heard that we believe that sustainable and inclusive development is required for us to basically, achieve economic development. And of course, we cannot have half of our citizens, that is women, if they're being able to fulfill their full potential and to contribute to the social economic development, if they are not a critical part, we recognize that economic development would not be achieved. And of course, that is the background towards establishing the hub. The symposium today really will take 4 sessions, discussing deeply into priority areas which must be addressed in relation to the enabling environment, socio-cultural issues, and the financial ecosystem. And again, we would have heard from Kay-Ann earlier in terms of what are some of the key components. The theme of the symposium also is one surrounding grow, then go. And of course, this is against the background of trade, and how do we increase the resilience of women-led firms to not only grow, but also to go, which means go meaning export. That is our ultimate objective. We also recognize that, to start the conversation, we want to understand basically what are the profile of Caribbean women entrepreneurs. We need to have a baseline. Who are they? What do they look like? What do they do? What are the challenges that they're currently facing? And that is why it's important for the symposium today to have a representative mix of not only business development officers and persons from the MDB, but you, the entrepreneurs in the room, because you are who we are really speaking to and who we want to really fulfill your potential. So today's first session really will focus on why SheTrades. In other words, so we're saying why she trades, when she trades, and how she trades. Those are the 3 kind of thematic areas that we're going to follow. And to start the baton on this session, I have the distinct pleasure in welcoming a presentation by Dr. Sylvia Donor, who is the Executive Director of Compete Caribbean. Dr. Donor is a private sector lead specialist at the Competitiveness, Technology and Innovation Division of the IDB and Compete Caribbean. She has been the Executive Director since November 2012. The Compete Caribbean Partnership Facility is a multi-donor facility of $32.5 million, whose objective is to support the Caribbean region in increasing productivity and Caribbean firms' contribution to economic growth by supporting business climate reforms, cluster initiatives, and technology adoption and innovation in the private sector. Sylvia will spend a few minutes presenting to us on a very, very important findings of a report called namely Enterprise Marginalization and Gender, tracking the experiences of Caribbean women entrepreneurs 2015 to 2018. And again, why is this very important? I think when we ended the discussion this morning, there was a lot of reference to the need for data. We need to understand what the region is saying. We need to understand what are the impediments, and we need more research in this space. So again, my call to action early is to also, we need to have a strengthen the data infrastructure around women-led entrepreneurship in the region. And to that, I commend the team who would have facilitated this research, and hand you over now to Dr. Donart to present the initial findings. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I would have loved to be with you today in this very meaningful event on how to empower more Caribbean women, organized and attended by Caribbean women colleagues that I have known through the years and deeply admire. Believe me that if I could have canceled my other commitment to be with you today, I would have done so, but sadly I couldn't. It's actually at the same time. In inviting me to this event, Kyan Anderson asked me to focus a presentation on the findings from a research paper that was financed by Compete Caribbean that's entitled Enterprise, Marginalization and Gender, Tracking the Experiences of Caribbean Women Entrepreneurs, 2015 to 2018. This research was authored by Jonathan Lashley from the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies, with co-authors Catherine Smith and Luwayne Thomas. Given that this SheTrades conference is very focused on Caribbean women business owners, I wanted to expand this presentation to go beyond that paper with content from other quantitative research that Compete Caribbean has financed on women-owned firms, because we're very focused on women-owned firms as well. Based on data, on a data collection effort that we've done already 3 times across the Caribbean. First in 2011, second in 2014, and the latest data collection effort was in 2020. In a data set that's called Innovation, Firm Performance, and Gender, or IFPG. In each of these efforts, we covered nearly 2,000 firms across 13 countries in the Caribbean, and we were able to collect data on many aspects of their behavior and performance, including ownership, and that's why we're able to really get to know at a very deep level women-owned businesses in the Caribbean. You can find those data sets and the research that it has motivated, as well as a data visualizer of the last 2020 data on the Compete Caribbean website. And we've also financed some research on those data that you can find on the website as well. By the way, just to tell you a little bit about what Compete Caribbean is, it is a private sector development, multi-donor, technical assistance program. It's financed by the IDB, the Caribbean Development Bank, that is also very involved in this SheTrades conference, and the governments of the UK and Canada. Gender equality is a priority for these 4 donors, and at Compete Caribbean, we try our best to mainstream gender in everything that we do, with women-owned businesses as the focus of our interventions, because in the end, we focus on interventions on businesses. So I would like to start by contextualizing how the gender composition of firm ownership in the Caribbean looks like. These are gleaned by research carried out by Anne Bonford and Charles Udom-Saf, and based on this 2020 IFPG dataset mentioned above. First of all, women-owned businesses are a minority in the Caribbean. On average, 80% of Caribbean businesses are owned solely by men or predominantly by men, meaning that more than 50% of the owners are men. In contrast, businesses that are owned by women or predominantly by women range from 15% to 25% of the business population, depending on the country. Belize, Jamaica, and the Bahamas are the countries with the highest percentages of women-owned businesses, and Barbados, Dominica, and Antigua and Barbuda, and Trinidad and Tobago are the countries with the lowest percentages of women-owned businesses in the Caribbean. Predominantly women-owned businesses are concentrated in a few sectors: the food sectors, metals, services, and hotels and restaurants. The research finds that women-owned businesses are smaller than men-owned businesses. The larger a Caribbean business is, the less likely it is for it to be owned by women. And this difference is statistically significant. This indicates that women-owned businesses face distinct barriers to growth. There's not a particular difference in age between women-owned businesses and men-owned businesses, but there's a difference in export status. Women-owned businesses are a bit less than a quarter of all exporting firms, and their proportion is less than the average proportion of women-owned businesses in the Caribbean. This may indicate that women-owned businesses face special difficulties in exporting, or it could be a function of the sectors where we find that women-owned businesses are concentrated. Some of them are very inward-looking and they're not particularly export-oriented. Another finding from the research, which is very interesting if we care about gender equality, is that firms that are predominantly women-owned or even women-led tend to have a higher share of women employees as a percentage of their workforce. So women-owned and women-led Caribbean businesses are a useful unit for analysis, not only because they embody female leadership, right, in the business world, but also because they are more prone to primarily employ women. And therefore, this really enhances our possibility to affect gender equality. Finally, I want to point out that there's a big difference in the way in that Caribbean women-owned businesses are able to access credit. Using the IFPJ data that I mentioned above, the Caribbean economics team within the IDB made some analysis, and they found that in 2020, which was a year of COVID, all Caribbean businesses reported access to credit as a significant barrier to their operations and activities. And it was more of a barrier than in 2014, as we would expect because of COVID, right? But they also found that women-led and women-owned businesses faced greater constraints to access finance than men-owned and men-led businesses. Over the last 20 years, women-owned businesses can access roughly the same volume of short-term credit as their proportion of the business population, which is about 20%. However, when we are talking about medium to long-term loans, which are the loans that can actually really make you grow, they access only 1.3% of the volume of these loans in the region. So look at that, 20% of women-owned businesses, that's their proportion in the population of Caribbean businesses, access only 1.3% of the medium and long-term loans offered by banks. And the average size of a medium to long-term loan for those women-owned businesses that receive it is 1/10 of the value of their business, which cannot be explained by difference in size as measured by employment compared to men-owned businesses. Women-owned businesses in Guyana, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago report the highest constraints. And in most Caribbean countries, more than half of the women-owned businesses report financial costs, so meaning interest and collateral, as either a major or very severe constraint to growth. In fact, Lashley, which is the main author of the paper that I'm now going to talk to you about, in 2016, so in another previous paper, he found that all else being equal, women entrepreneurs face stricter conditions to access financing than men-owned firms. Oh, and then the final data point before I turn to Lashley's paper relates to productivity. So productivity is to what extent do businesses generate value added from the inputs that they are using to produce a good or a service. And in 2017, Moore, Ravelotti, and Presbítero, based on the 2014 data set that we produced, they concluded that Caribbean women-led businesses are smaller and less productive than men-led ones. But they could not really distinguish whether this was a function of the ability of the business owner or business manager or other constraints that women-owned businesses faced to a larger extent than men-owned businesses, such as access to financing and these other invisible barriers to growth. Now, after setting the stage, we turn to the topic of the paper that I was asked to talk about. So this paper, Enterprise Marginalization and Gender, by Jonathan Lashley, Catherine Smith, and Luwayne Thomas, was motivated by the facts I outlined above, that women are underrepresented in business ownership in the Caribbean, and also that their businesses may underperform relative to men when they own or lead businesses. The research was about identifying the constraints that these women-owned businesses face, as well as their underlying causes. They also wanted to know whether these constraints vary according to the stage of the life cycle that the business is in, and if they change over time. To that end, they traced a group of 61 women entrepreneurs who graduated from the Canadian-financed Women Innovators Network Acceleration in the Caribbean Acceleration Program, called WINC, which was executed by InfoDev, which is an outfit of the World Bank, in 2015, 2016. The researchers collected quantitative and qualitative data at the baseline, which was 2015, and then they traced them over 30 months, up to 2018. And they ended up categorizing these 61 businesses in two groups: growth enterprises, which were those that in those 30 months expanded employment, and non-growth enterprises, which were those that in those 30 months remained stagnant in terms of growth of employment, or they actually declined in employment. And roughly half of the businesses fell into each category. One should note that the growth enterprises, the ones that grew, had a higher average employment of 9.8 full-time employees than the non-growth group, which had 4.5 full-time employees. So what are their biggest findings? First, the ability to expand sales of these businesses was correlated with growth. So those businesses that had expanded employment had also expanded their market reach. Those that had not expanded or declined in employment had not expanded market reach or had even experienced a contraction in their market reach. And I think, given that SheTrades is about market access, this is a very important finding. Another finding is that the top two constraints for growth for all businesses were access to growth financing, although that was more prominent for the ones that did not grow, and access to skilled staff, which was important for all of them, but most important for those that ended up reducing employment. It's important to note that as many of these firms operate in sectors with low barriers to entry, the qualitative interviews, regarding to this issue of being able to employ or retain skilled staff, what happened to many of these firms is that once the staff acquired certain skills, they left to become competitors. And I think this is something, that one should look at in looking at this issue of how to retain labor and more so skilled labor and how to make the business grow. Another finding, for those that did not grow or that declined in employment, access to support services was a main constraint. So they were not receiving the support services that they need or that was adequate to their business needs. Regulations like customs, lack of productive space, and tax rates were significant challenges only for those with declining employment. Access to markets were very important for growing enterprises and also for those that had no change in growth. Lack of networking opportunities and lack of access to technology or equipment, what we say today, digitalization, how do you become more modern in production, was only a constraint for those enterprises that were growing. And access to growth financing reduced as a constraint over time for those businesses that had been able to grow. And this is probably because financial institutions, as they saw these businesses growing, were probably more favorable to their requests for credit. Given the topic of SheTrades, I would like to provide a bit of detail to the topic of accessing markets for these firms. The authors found that a lack of information on markets and suppliers and lack of appropriate skills with respect to marketing and exporting affected these women-owned enterprises. And while they reported that services exist both to access markets and suppliers, that qualitative interviews revealed that they were either not being used to a significant degree by these women, and we will have to find out why, or when they were used, they were not found suitable to their needs. One would have to say, because they operate in these sectors where there's a lot of competition, because they have low barriers to entry, it's even more important for them to develop these marketing skills and be able to stand out in a very competitive environment. On entrepreneurship skills, lack of self-confidence, when one compares to men, was very important. And we have found that to be the case in the IFPG survey as well. That lack of self-confidence really differentiates women-owned businesses from men-owned businesses in things like, for example, adopting new technology or doing innovation inside the firm. The double burden, the authors also found that the double burden of caring for their families and their businesses, and then the feeling that many of these women business owners had that they were responsible to their community, to the families of their workers, right, imposed additional burdens, including time burdens, to these women entrepreneurs that affected them when they were trying to run the business. And it also affected them in the time that they could devote to developing professional networks. For women that were involved in businesses that are typically the domain of men, for example, a woman involved in a sports bar, for example, the difficulties were compounded in that customers and others perceived that she lacked legitimacy or credibility to run a firm. So just to say that, these are burdens that are related to gender, the responsibility of taking care of family, the feeling of having to take care of workers and their families, and this lack of credibility because you're a woman in a male-dominated field. And these constraints speak to the importance of a different type of business support service that can understand these particularly very gendered constraints and help women gain self-confidence, manage their time better, perhaps by outsourcing production and other strategies that can help them gain more time that is spent taking care of, family, for example, right? So the authors, in the end, they conclude that gender discrimination is a societal issue in the Caribbean that is still there to be addressed, and that attitudes in society to what is considered acceptable for women to do in business, either what kind of business she can run, whether she should be able or not to solicit bank financing, medium-term and long-term financing, and the perception of these gatekeepers. Gatekeepers could be husbands. These gatekeepers are people in financial institutions, people that control access to resources, were the two biggest constraints of the women-owned businesses that they studied. So they end by recommending addressing gender biases and discrimination in financial institutions particularly. One thing they recommend, and I think it's super interesting, is even first acknowledging that there is an issue, and we saw that with the analysis that the Caribbean Economics Department made on the IFPG data, like the very low volume of credit that is given to women-owned businesses in the Caribbean for medium and long-term credit, but also stimulating research from the banks themselves on the behavior of their clients that can help them dispel these myths that women-owned businesses, are somehow, whatever myths they have that limits the financing to women-owned businesses. And the second recommendation is business support services that are focused on the development of professional networks and connections, which would really help women-owned businesses. That's what these 61 interviewees said. And these networks don't have to be women-only. These women stress the importance of building and maintaining relationships with fellow entrepreneurs, both women and men, that can that could be suppliers, that could be purchasers, that could be business service providers, and they could be financiers and also mentors. So they were not particularly interested in women-only support networks. When were they interested in women-only support networks, like of their peers? Is maybe peer learning, sharing of experiences, and emotional support, right? Especially, and particularly women who were in families that were not supporting their ventures, for example, they stated that these women kind of like peer networks would be very important for them. So these are the main findings, conclusions, and recommendations of the paper, and I've set them in a context of the wider, other wider research that we've carried out. And I think they pertain very clearly to the interventions that may be considered by SheTrades. I hope I have fulfilled your expectations in terms of, setting a context for the event and framing the main challenges and opportunities confronting Caribbean women entrepreneurs as we seek to empower them to grow and make waves in the Caribbean and globally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Donner, for providing that context for this session today. Certainly very sobering data. What really stood out to me was that in terms of the 1.3% of women-led firms who are able to access medium and long-term financing. And again, if we're speaking about growing to export, to scale, that is where that financing is even more critical. And therefore, we can clearly see where we need to focus our efforts and where there are significant disparities and room for intervention. What was also interesting to me was what the data bore out was around productivity, as well as the adoption of technology, as well as the data that showed that more women-led firms tend to employ more female employees. I think that, again, is very significant. And as we're speaking about economic development, we can see the obvious linkages there. lack of information on markets and suppliers, and a lack of appropriate skills. But more importantly, the link towards and a call for action for business support organizations to design appropriate solutions for women-led firms that take into consideration the obviously nuances that exist and where they may not be suitable. So again, we have to look at the timing of some of the interventions when there are all, women-led firms also have the double burden of caring for families as well. So you may see that certain persons are not coming out because they are unable to, and therefore we need to have more flexibility designed into our programming. I also thought it was just, again, very interesting to speak in terms of, again, market access and the amount of firms who were, as I said, were stagnant. And that is, of course, an important consideration as we move forward. Again, I just want to thank the authors of the study. Again, we need more data and research studies such as this one to continue to know, to also benchmark and to monitor the progress that we're making in this space. So again, thank you so much, Dr. Donner. It is now my pleasure to introduce, we have a hybrid because again, we are agile and flexible. We have a hybrid panel, distinguished panel here with me today. We have Dr. Didicus Jules, who is on the wall, the Director General for the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. Dr. Jules is responsible for driving the regional integration thrust towards a single economic and social space involving 10 Eastern Caribbean states. He serves as a board director for Latin America and the Caribbean on the Global Partnerships for Education, as well as a current member on the UNESCO board. Dr. Jules has had extensive regional and international experience, most of it focused on education, social policy, and organizational transformation. We also have with us today, one of our specially invited guests, Dr. Michelle Christie, who is a program manager officer and the global coordinator of SheTrades hubs in the International Trade Center, and a recent friend. We have been exchanging emails for, I would say, nearly the greater part of a year. So welcome, Michelle. For almost 8 years, Dr. Christie has managed a number of ITC trade-related technical assistance projects focused on women's economic empowerment, including the SheTrades Commonwealth Plus project. Her previous professional experiences in the area of trade include the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development and the World Trade Organization. In 2018, she completed a postgraduate certificate in sustainable value chains from the University of Cambridge. Also, she obtained her doctoral degree in law with cum laude from the University of Geneva and Maastricht University with a thesis on sustainable development in WTO law. Welcome, Michelle. And last but by no means least, we also have one of our mentors, Mrs. Deborah Hoyt, who is the export advisor of Export TT Limited, which is really the SheTrades hub for Trinidad and Tobago. As we would have mentioned earlier this morning, we are launching the regional hub, but Trinidad had beat us to it and is already a member of the SheTrades family. Mrs. Hoyt boasts extensive experience, having served as a consultant, trainer, and mentor for businesses prior to joining Export TT in 2013. Within Export TT, her proficiency has propelled her from administrative roles to board-level contributions. As a certified international trade specialist, her purview now encompasses a diverse range of sectors in the creative industry, including fashion, film, music, and animation. So I think this is a wonderful linkages with our Creative Industries Innovation Hub as well. She's equally engaged in the cocoa and chocolate industries, actively participating in their expansion. Mrs. Hoyt has been instrumental in the SheTrades initiative since its inception in Trinidad and Tobago, and presently leads its advancement at Export TT. She's accredited by the International Trade Center to conduct export readiness workshops, advocating strongly for female empowerment through education and opportunities. Welcome, Mrs. Hoyt. So basically, to kick off the session, you would have heard You would have heard Dr. Donner's presentation, and I will now invite responses from the panelists to some of these, to share their insights as well. I would start on the wall with Dr. Jules. Dr. Jules, as Director General of the OECS Commission, could you share with us the perspective of the Commission on the relevance of supporting women-led MSMEs in participating in trade, as well as how important is the SheTrades regional hub in support of your own efforts? Over to you, Dr. Jules.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I totally missed all I did was over to you, so I'm not sure what was the question that you asked. But I'm assuming it is for me to present an OECS perspective on the topic on discussion.
Sorry, proceed.
Yeah. So for us today represents an exciting journey of digital opportunity, but with global reach for women entrepreneurs of the Caribbean. The resilient DNA of our female entrepreneurs is firmly planted in the soil of our history, because we want to put this in historical context. From the long road of slavery to the tireless efforts of the innumerable mothers who have fathered so many families. Caribbean women have long been the backbone of their communities, as we've heard from several presenters. From nurturing families to playing significant roles in agriculture, tourism, and the arts, for example, they've often been at the forefront. However, in the sphere of business, women from the Caribbean region have faced historical obstacles, and a lot of that came through in Sylvia's presentation, from socio-cultural barriers, limited access to funding, gender obstacles, limited educational opportunities, and many more. But yet, despite these challenges, a shift is beginning to happen. An increasing number of Caribbean women are venturing into trade and entrepreneurship, becoming key players in reshaping the economic narrative of our region. The preliminary data from social security agencies in the region indicates that at the end of December 2021, 97% of businesses in the OECS can be considered as micro, small, or medium businesses. That is, businesses with up to 50 employees. Estimates also show that 2 in 5 businesses are self-employed persons, and just under a third of self-employed persons are women. These women tend to engage in retail, restaurant and mobile food services, and personal services such as hairdressing and beauty treatment. Informality remains a major issue for SMEs in the OECS, especially among women-owned micro and small enterprises. According to the World Bank's Doing Business Report 2022, around 70% of companies in St. Lucia are informal, which limits their access to credit and investment. So to SheTrades, why does she trade? She trades because it is an assertion of independence and control over her destiny. Women in the Caribbean, she trades to break free from traditional molds that have confined her potential. When a Caribbean woman engages in business, she's not only trading goods and services, but also trading in hope, aspiration, and a vision for a more inclusive future. She understands that doing business goes beyond mere transactions. It's about building connections, fostering relationships, and creating sustainable value. And by stepping into the world of trade, she contributes to diversifying the Caribbean economy, making it more resilient and vibrant. But the influence of her trading doesn't stop at the market. Every business she launches or trade deal she negotiates impacts families and communities. We see children with better education opportunities because their mothers now have the means to support their dreams. We observe communities thriving as female-led enterprises employ locals, thereby driving down unemployment rates. Moreover, when a woman earns, she invests up to 90% of her earnings back into family and community. And this translates into improved healthcare, better nutrition, and overall enhanced living standards for many. SheTrades initiative we consider to be a game changer. enter this initiative, we recognizing that the potential of Caribbean women in business. This program aims to empower them further by providing the tools and the resources they need. By offering training, access to finance, and market linkages, such initiatives help women overcome barriers that once seemed insurmountable. And the success stories stemming from these initiatives are countless in the OECS. And just to give a quick span of a handful of them, from the agro entrepreneur Bevan Charles of Akata Farms, Grenada, to Jennifer Maynard of Jamie Acetoria Sprouts Microgreens and Things in Antigua and Barbuda, to Leanne Philogen Novel, Navara Jewelry and Decor of Dominica, to Hannah Ford, the Bomb Naturals of St. Lucia, Jermaine Mike, Mother Becky Bush Tea of St. Kitts and Nevis, and Risha Arlene of Earth Gold of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. All of these women, all of them are startups receiving support through the Eastern Caribbean Green Entrepreneurship Initiative, funded by the GGGI in collaboration with the OECS. The program is delivering training and grant support to over 60 green businesses. To date, many of the businesses in the program, such as those cited earlier, are women-led businesses with green focus or social mission. 10 women entrepreneurs received grants totaling $100,000 under this program. The Commission has been undertaking initiatives such as the Techie program to support the ecosystem for tech-based entrepreneurs funded by the Complete Caribbean Partnership Facility. This program has seen over 80 entrepreneurs trained, coached, and mentored over the past 2 years, with over 50% of these entrepreneurs being women. 3 women were also top performers in the business pitch competition and were able to receive grant awards to scale their businesses. And we heard earlier about the challenges of access to finance. 4 women entrepreneurs emerged as winners in the pitch competition of the Techie program, receiving $45,000 US in grants. SheTrades now will provide the tech platform to propel businesses such as these in the global emergent niche business universe. Since its launch by the ITC, by 2021, SheTrades connected 3 million women entrepreneurs in 30 countries to the market. The idea, as we've heard, is rooted in the understanding that economic growth is directly linked to gender equity. By ensuring that women entrepreneurs have the right opportunities and resources, the initiative seeks to promote sustainable development. But why does this matter to the world? When Caribbean women trade, they add to the global tapestry of trade and commerce. Their unique perspectives, products, and services enrich the global marketplace. And as more women become empowered, we edge closer to gender parity in global trade, ensuring a more balanced and equitable world. Furthermore, by supporting and investing in these women, we indirectly investing in global socioeconomic development. We back in a future that values diversity, inclusion, and sustainable growth. The OECS has been associated with the ICT in the SheTrades initiative in the past. But this partnership with the Caribbean Development Bank is a game changer because it provides the capacity needed to give wings to the effort. And I extend our deep appreciation to CDB for this inclusion. In conclusion, why SheTrades? Why SheTrades is more than just a question. It is a declaration of a movement where Caribbean women with their tenacity and vision are shaping the future of trade and commerce. The launch of the SheTrades Caribbean Hub marks a new dawn for our resilient women entrepreneurs, creating new pathways to global competitiveness. Together, we can chart a course towards inclusivity, prosperity, and global impact. The future of trade is female. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jules, for that journey through basically, what is happening on the ground in the OECS, a profile of your Caribbean women-led businesses there, some of the constraints and how you think the SheTrades Hub will contribute to transforming this very, very important sector. I just want to, I know in the interest of time, we have to move a little bit quickly. I want to take the next question to Dr. Christie. We've heard about the OECS in the sessions this morning. We spoke a lot about what's happening in the region. My question to you is, to what extent are the profiles of women entrepreneurs similar or different across the hubs? And how do you see the new Caribbean Regional Hub contributing to the overall work of the ITC?
Thank you, Lisa, and I hope everyone can hear me clearly, the ones that are online. And good morning, or maybe near afternoon, everyone. I hope that we can all be present here. I think the word present meaning that paying attention to each other. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for witnessing the launch of SheTrades Caribbean Hub. I think in terms of the question that you raised before, I would like to also bring a bit more personal story. I come from Indonesia, and my mom got me when she was only 22 years old, and my dad was 23 years old. 13 months later, they got my brother. So as young parents, and also at that time, my dad he hasn't finished study, so my mom turned herself into a young woman entrepreneur. So the way I grew up since I was small, it's really like the environment of being entrepreneur. I still remember when I was 5 or I was 6, helping her selling clothes, shoes, and also treating my mom's clients. I call them always with aunties because it's women's accessories like clothes and shoes. I've been really the witness of the up and down of my mom's business. And I've been very blessed and very fortunate that now I have the opportunity to really like helping women entrepreneurs across continents, from Asia, Africa, Latin America, and now here in the Caribbean. It's been really richful to see that what I have seen when I was small with my moms, and then what I've seen across my work so far is quite similar across continent. Of course, you see the different cultural contexts. You see, for instance, in Bangladesh, what we saw during the work, every time we want to facilitate women entrepreneurs in Bangladesh to international trade fairs, it is almost immediate for all of them that the husband needs to be there. Has to travel with the women entrepreneurs to be at the trade fair, and will take the leadership role in talking to potential buyers. This is a story in Bangladesh. And I have a similar story of women entrepreneurs in Nigeria, that she couldn't go for a trade fair despite the fact that we offer the tickets, the booth, everything at the booth, at the international trade fairs, because the husband suddenly decided for her not to go. So as you can see, also me, myself, as a mom of 2, and living in Switzerland doesn't mean that it's of course, it's also a different environment. The fact that me, myself, I cannot afford any helper. So despite the fact, sometimes I told myself, you studied so far until doctoral degree, and you work now with the United Nations. In the evening, I still need to clean up the kitchen. I still do the laundry like everyone else. Maybe my mom had a help, like we have helper at home, but not myself. So also sometimes I put my kid with like paracetamol when my kids has like a fever, because I cannot afford. I have to come to office and then I have to bring my kids to the daycare. So that type of things, we as a woman, we face that we are forced to be multitasking. And I think there are 3 layers of sort of like, challenges why women entrepreneurs, they face, more barriers in doing business than their male counterparts. I think the 3 level is coming first from the individual. So I think individual meaning that the environment of the family, of the situation of individual. I think I've been fortunate, for instance, I have a lot of travel every year, but my husband is kindly, like he is available to take care of our kids in the evening because he's also working during the day. So that's first, individual level. And then afterward, community level. I think this is what also the presentation before. What's the community think about you? I think as a girl, when I grew up in Indonesia, every time I have a big dream or ambition, people will say, you are so ambitious, so scary. But then, if a man or my brother said the same, they will say, what a great man. So I think that's across continents, I believe that you also have such experience. That's at community level, right? So, and then the last one is institutional level. That basically certain market-related regulation that impose to women, that basically it's really like hindering them to grow. For instance, maybe because of access to finance, they cannot get loan because all of the assets maybe they go under the husband's name. There are many reasons. So the 3 steps require us who work for development to think about what type of response we need to address, right? So we know the 4 category of gender blind. It means do nothing, as if there is no gender-related requirements. That's do nothing. And then the second one is gender aware, where you are aware of this issue, but you only do little, right? And then the next one is gender responsive. Gender responsive is doing a lot, providing opportunity for women and just giving a special program for women. That's what we call gender responsive. And the last one is gender transformative. For gender transformative is how collectively and systematically we do something different, right? So in this context of SheTrades hubs, I'm a believer, and I hope that I can share this belief to all of you here as we just launched SheTrades Caribbean Hub. If an institution, they included one of its goals on women's economic empowerment, I believe that that institution is a powerful and impactful institution. And if you have a network of those like-minded institutions, of those strong institutions being together, sharing their experience, learn from each other, think strategically how to move forward, we call it a movement. And that movement is unstoppable. I've been very fortunate to have a role as the SheTrades Hub's global coordinator to put together these strong institutions and today to welcome the Caribbean Development Bank to be the host institutions of the regional hub here in the Caribbean, to also join forces together with ITC to also accommodate all like-minded institutions in the Caribbean, to coordinate, to strategically think about type of response, why women across decades still face the same barriers, right? So we need to address this systematically, to coordinate it better. And thank you, Caribbean Development Bank, to take on this role. SheTrades Hubs is a community of partners. So as you all here, we are also inviting all of you to join on force together with the Caribbean Development Bank to better coordinate and make these coordinations as an unstoppable movement towards gender transformative trade agenda, and to really have a big ambition together of hopes, to really give not only hopes, but also action for women entrepreneurs in the region. What we can do together, strategically, systematically, because only that we can reduce, we can lift up the barriers hindering women to tap better opportunities from international trade. So thank you very much and welcome on board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Christie, for sharing. And I'm sure many of us in the audience can relate to the journey you shared. This may have been in Bangladesh. In Barbados, we just need to go to the market on a Saturday morning and see the children with the mothers selling their vegetables, etc. I mean, this is our culture. This is what happens as an entrepreneur, woman, and while you have, children as well. I also really appreciated the whole notion of moving from just gender responsive to gender transformation. I think that is where we need to be at the region, and I think CDB is well placed to, really take hold of that. We really need transformation and to move the needle. And of course, all the sentiments you echoed in terms of working collaboratively is really what we're about, and happy to be on board. I don't want to move quickly to Mrs. Deborah Hoyt. As I mentioned, she is the forerunner as the first SheTrades hub in the Caribbean, based in Trinidad and Tobago. So my question to you, Mrs. Hoyt, is what has been the impact since you launched the SheTrades hub in Trinidad in 2020 on women doing business and trade? And what are the sectors and types of businesses being supported by the Trinidad and Tobago Hub?
Okay, thank you, Lisa. First of all, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm so honored to be a part of this. It's just truly, truly amazing. I'm here with my colleague, Simi Suraj, from our Ministry of Trade and Industry. And just to put a little context into it, our Minister of Trade, that's Paula Gopiskun, in 2015 would have met with Mrs. Coke Hamilton in Geneva, and they had this conversation about this SheTrades thing that's going to happen. And our minister was like, well, yes, we are on board. Trinidad and Tobago is on board. And conversations were taking place since 2015 until 2020 when we came on board, we signed on the MOU. The Ministry of Trade is the agency in charge. Export TT is the executing agency. So, I've been listening from since yesterday to today and just hearing all of these stories, all of these experiences, all of these ways of doing things. And everything that was said is exactly what we had experienced. And just what you did there, Michelle, those stories, you wouldn't believe the stories that we hear from the female entrepreneurs that have taken them from where they were to where they are now. And that alone is the catalyst for us just working, just building, just growing, just taking this where it needs to go. And the regional hub here now, we're just excited to be a part of it, to work alongside with you guys and to share our experiences, because that's what it's about, right? So when you talk about the impact of SheTrades, when we signed on, it would have been 2020, in the height of that thing that happened, that, that. So we were limited in what we could do. Everything had to be online. So there was, okay, the ITC has online training. You need to go on the website, go on to the training, do the training. We at Export TT, we are an export-oriented organization. We're geared towards building the export capacity of organizations. So that's what we were focusing on. After that thing died down, which would have been like earlier on this year, we realized, hey, we need to start engaging more with the female entrepreneurs, right? Trying to show, okay, so you've done all the training, you've done all the webinars, how are we going to implement what you've learned into actual business? How are we going to make what you've learned actually work? And that's what we started to do. So we started to do in-person training, which, let me tell you, chalk and cheese, completely different. When I'm sitting talking to you and hearing your stories and having conversations, it builds that camaraderie, it builds that whole system of understanding what you're going through and makes it so much easier for me and my colleagues to find ways and interventions that can help. And that's what we did. That's what we've been doing. So we've been looking at, we've done training like identifying and assessing export markets. When they heard that, they were like, what? That was so exciting for them, right? To be able to, so I can sell outside of Trinidad? Yes, you can. How do I do that? So that was our job, to give them the information, to guide them, to take them through that process. We're looking at telling them, okay, so you need to have a business plan. Okay, yeah, have a business plan. Okay, do you have it documented? Well, no, not really. But I know what I want to do. So we needed to make them, to take them out of that thought process of just having it in your head and have it documented. Then, okay, so you have a business plan. Do you know what an export plan is? Export plan. We had to take them through that. And that's what we did. We engaged consultants. We brought them on board to take these female entrepreneurs from just having, oh, and that's the other thing, the creativity. We talked about that yesterday. Female entrepreneurs across the region, I think across the globe, we are so creative, so innovative. We can do anything. But you know what? We're so busy doing anything that we didn't learn how to do business. And that's what we when we recognize that, you talk about the impact, that was one of the things we recognized. That needed to be transformed, that whole thought process. So we have institutions, and as a matter of fact, we have NEDCO here. That's our national business organization, who's going to be working closely with us to build that capacity even more, because as export teacher, remember, we're looking at the export capacity. So we kind of move them at a speed that, maybe they weren't quite ready for. But the passion that was behind everything that they do, it just transformed and it's working. The sectors that we look at is across the board, as you would have read. We're talking about the creative sector. We're talking about film, fashion, music. We're talking about the cocoa industry. We're talking about chocolatiers. We're talking about the food and beverage industry, people who do sauces, condiments, agriculture. We even our professional services. And these ladies are so amazing, because it's like they sell their services, their professional services, whether it's education or consultancy, within Trinidad and Tobago. And it's like, you're now opening their minds, opening their hearts, opening their whole world to the world. It's like, I can do this? I was like, yeah, you can do it. Because it's being done. So we've looked at the models, we've looked at what's happened, how it's done internationally, and we're showing them, yeah, you can do it too. And they are doing it. They are doing it. To be practical, we didn't just offer the training. We said, hey, okay, so you guys understand, you've done the training, you know what to do. Let's see, let's take you out there and make it happen. So as the institution, with the support of the ministry, we offered them opportunities within Trinidad and Tobago to trade. Here, there was the export centers had a Christmas hub. We took 30 booths. We paid for 30 booths. Here, trade, sell, meet, do business. And they did. We have our trade and investment conference that happens annually in Trinidad and Tobago through the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association. We took space. And we said, hey, this was over 3 days. This is a story. This is over 3 days. We took 2 spaces. But we wanted to offer as much as possible. So we said, okay, ladies, all we can do is 6 per day, right? So we had 6 different people on each day. That went well. They did business. They had trade. And coming out of that, they started a WhatsApp group. And I am so very proud, because within that WhatsApp group, they started discussing and talking about next year's Trade and Investment Conference. And you know what they're doing? They want SheTrades' support, but they're going to take a whole pavilion. They have already come together, put their finances together, and made a down payment to the TTME for a pavilion to hold over 20 women. We're supporting that, like, of course. We're fully in support of that, and that's what we found. That's the transformation we found. That they're not depending, they're not dependent, they're not saying, here, give me, and taking. They're learning, they're growing, and they're achieving. And that, to me, has been what SheTrades is about. and what it is about. Giving you what you need to grow, and then helping you to grow even further. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're continuing to do. And we talk about the community. Oh, the community. Again, the amazing community of women. And this is Trinidad and Tobago. But this is regional. This is across our region. We've met regional people here, and you think we know each other long time. And we just met. And we're going to align later. But anyway. And they are simply supporting each other. It's a little, I don't want to say surprising to me, but it was so heartening to see that there was just support. What do you need? How do you need it? What are we doing today? What are we doing this weekend? Where is the pop-up shop? Who is there? What do you need? How are we going to do this? And they're just supporting each other right through. Just, in August, the TTMA had a trade mission to St. Lucia. We supported 3 female entrepreneurs to be a part of that trade mission. They went, they met, they did business, and they have business coming out of it. And next week, our chamber has a trade mission to, guess where? Barbados. We're not supporting 3 women this time. We're supporting 6. Because they recognize this is something that can be done. They're now implementing what they've learned. And they're going to be here next week. And something you talked about, and it's a reality that we have to deal with. There are all these opportunities that are available. But for them to take advantage of the opportunities, it's hard. It's difficult. And it's not just financially, right? Because we can't provide some of the support. But they have children, they have families. And they have all of these opportunities available, and they now have to sit down and strategize and decide. And yeah, that's where we can support. That's where ITC, that's where SheTrades, that's where the Ministry of Trade, that's where our Export Support Network, NEDCO, regional institutions can come together and find ways to make the support that we're offering, the opportunities that are available, to make them actually work.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There's really not much more for me to add to that very passionate sharing of experience. Other to say that, I just really want to thank all of our panelists this morning, Dr. Donor from the IDB, Dr. Didicus Jules, Dr. Michelle Christie, and Mrs. Deborah Hoyt-Redmond. For sharing with us today. We have a lot of work to do. The launch is the beginning of a lot of work to do, but certainly we are very enamored and we feel very optimistic. We have persons we can lean on right here in the region and outside of the region, persons, our stakeholders. There's a lot of work being done in this space. I think what is important is that we really make use of the resources wisely. Not duplicate a lot of efforts, not go reinventing the wheel. And that means having a really open flow of communication and dissemination of information so that we are aware of what we can leverage and how we can build on that information. So again, thank you very much to the panelists, and we move on to our next session after a short break. Thank you.
And a pride 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 and a pride. She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women.
Business.
She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, to quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women, yeah, with a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn.
My name is Helen from Happy Hen.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Nipona.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.
You can do anything. Women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh in competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women.
Business.
She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, to quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women, yeah, with a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn.
My name is Helen from Happy Hen.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Nipona.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything. On the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and
and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh ain't competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women. Business. She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, a quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women, yeah, with a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn.
My name is Helen from Happy Hen.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Lipona.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
We would love to reconvene. Thank Lisa and her panelists for that former session 1, Why She Trades. And we are about to invite Ms. Joanna Edgehill. Has she returned to the room? Okay, to join the podium. And I'd hand over to Ms. Pamela Jacobs, who is a gender specialist at the Caribbean Development Bank, for this session on how she trades. Pamela?
Welcome to the panel. A pleasant good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel on how she trades. My name is Pamela Jacobs, gender specialist at the Caribbean Development Bank, and I am very delighted to be here today to moderate this very dynamic panel. And today we are joined by our Director of Projects, who is here with us, Mrs. Therese Turner-Jones, and we also have a packed, powerful lineup for you today. So I am dubbing this the Action Panel, How She Trades. So just to get us started, and I'm going to introduce our speakers shortly, our panel speakers, but to get us started, we have a very exciting presentation from our Director of Projects, and she would lead you through setting the context for this afternoon's panel.
Thank you, Pamela. First of all, we've had a really, what I call a very informative morning with a lot of data, a lot of findings from studies and research that's been done about the subject. And as Lisa and others pointed out earlier, there's some key takeaways that are not just sobering, but in my mind, a little bit depressing about the state of women entrepreneurship and women-owned businesses in our region. I don't want to rehash those because I think that we're here at SheTrades to move forward, to build on the success stories of Trinidad and Tobago and the rest of the world on SheTrades, and to figure out exactly how CDB is going to play in this space. What I'm very excited about is the people who are sitting in front of me in the audience, who've been sitting anxiously, waiting to ask questions, but also to share some of your stories. And what I wanted to start off doing is by sort of posing some questions to you. One, about whether those research findings resonate with you and how do they resonate with you. I heard, for example, the a lot of heads, well, not just heard, I actually heard sighs on some of the points that Sylvia was making regarding not just access to finance, but what happens when women run into trouble in their businesses. And if we can share some of those and get some of those on the table. There was a lot of references to socio-cultural norms that are defining the way women are perceived in our region. And I think whether we like it or not, the Caribbean region still has views about women and women working in business especially that are not really favorable to improving this situation much. And CDB's gender policy, and we heard it directly from the president's mouth this morning, is not just about equality, but about equity, but also about unlocking and working on those obstacles. And I want to put a couple on the table, because we talked about, and I'm not just talking about access to finance now, I'm talking about the socio-cultural norms that keep us in this particular kind of landscape. So whether it's women don't belong in business, or women belong at home looking after children, or the elderly, or whatever, and some of the multi-dimensional tasks that women have to cope with, even when they're running a business, which defines the kinds of business you can do. So it's not surprising to me that the top 3 areas for women-owned businesses are retail, hotel-related industries, and services, because this is where there's more flexibility with time. Why? Because we're the ones also having to come home and look after kids, pick up kids from school, prepare meals, and look after the elderly, who, by the way, we're also dealing with. So I think we have to challenge some of these sociocultural norms that we're living with daily. And the way to challenge that is to ask and for help from institutions like CDB, IDB, and others to work on those policies that need to make the landscape for women working and owning businesses a lot easier. And by that I mean asking for things like childcare in the workplace, just parental care, if it's parental leave, if it's not in your organization already. We should be looking at parental leave, meaning men have a responsibility too for looking after kids when a child is born, making sure that everybody has parental leave. It's not just maternity leave we're talking about. So there are a lot of policy aspects that I think can be addressed, and partners who are working across this region need to target these specific issues a lot better to get the results we want, to make a better enabling environment for women-owned businesses. But we have a very packed, dynamic panel, starting with Joanna in a non-traditional area, so we want to hear about that. And I think what we want to do for the rest of the afternoon in this session too is just do some myth busting, right? We talked earlier about how the landscape does align with what we shared in terms of data, but let's deal with what's also happening to break through some of those barriers. So Pamela, back to you.
Thank you so much, Director. And as you would have mentioned, we have a packed, powerful lineup here just to introduce our panel speakers for you. We have here in the room with us Ms. Joanna Edgehill. She is co-founder and director of Mega Power Limited. We have joining us online Mrs. Shani Duncan Falconer, who is senior corporate manager at JMMB Group Limited. We also have Ms. Tony Tennille Kerr, who is partner with the Portland Private Equity Limited. And as well, we are joined by Ms. Lizra Fabian, who is a Caribbean project manager with the WEE project of the Organization of American States, OAS, and of course we'll hear a lot more about that project. So we just heard from our director some really critical thoughts and perspectives, particularly around what is needed as it relates to building an ecosystem that really supports how women trade. I'll start with you, Joanna, since you're here with us physically. Do you have any reflections or reactions to what was presented by Therese?
I mean, gosh, this is something very close to my heart and something that I've been advocating in all areas of how we work at Mega Power. And Mega Power just celebrated 10 years. So, you know, I'm very proud that the business is 10 years old and that we've reached that important milestone. But what I see, and I work with the Transport Board of Barbados. We've worked with some agencies, and part of the reason actually of being 10 years old is thanks to Caribbean Export Development Agency. And I wanted to speak on the importance in business of partnerships and how that has supported Mega Power to grow. But before kind of jumping in there, and I have a lot to say on this, is kind of the feeling that as private sector, you also have a responsibility then, as your business grows, to look at gender-specific policies, both in your workplace, but how you work with other organizations. So for example, in the conversation with the Transport Board, we're looking at, well, route optimization. What does that mean? This intercity, outer city, very traditional way of public transport in Barbados, is that relevant in 2023? And the answer is no. But more so, you know, how do we look at sheltered bus stops, or, you know, where do women, children, youth, elderly, etc. want to go? Do they feel safe? Is it well lit? What makes it inclusive? And that's just one very quick example. There are other examples in our work, but where we've managed to get from, you know, an idea and a business plan to actually 10 years old has been recognizing that you can't do it on your own, and partnerships. So be it partnerships for our public charging network. So looking at, well, where can we put electric vehicle charging points across Barbados? And again, looking at, are they close to entrances to buildings? Are they secure? Are they well lit? Are they convenient? And are they convenient for women and others as well? But then also to how we work with the electric utility. You know, if everybody drives an electric vehicle, what happens then? And other work that we've done with private sector, looking at fleets, looking at telling the story, looking at data analysis. So a lot of where we've got to certainly required these partnerships, which essentially started with our first partner, Caribbean Export.
Thank you so much for those reflections, Joanna. And as I listened to you, one thing came to mind, and that is the whole notion of deliberate action. This morning, we heard in the previous panel, Why SheTrades, there was a conversation about the different ways in which gender can be integrated, and it was mentioned that there's some things that are gender blind. But what you have mentioned about intentionally ensuring that we take these considerations into account mean that when we allow things to be gender blind, as we put it, it means that we are allowing the continuation of systemic bias to continue to feed into the way our policies work and so forth, which is really critical for us to think about the ecosystem that was spoken to by our director. So we have in the room with us, and we're going to turn to our panel speakers as well very soon into the conversation, but it's also important to know and hear what some of the women-owned businesses themselves who are joining us here today think about, you know, this whole conversation about women's economic empowerment and how women trade. So I'm just going to ask if there are any reflections in the room from any of you. Just please feel free to indicate by a show of hand, and we will take your intervention.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. There's just one thing that I want to raise, my own experience before we go any further, is that I got divorced in my 30s, and I was running a business that I had to close, take a full-time job because I had 3 kids. And now that I've come back into the industry to get my business going, I'm facing what's now ageism, okay? And so that for me is also a serious consideration, because I have a lot of knowledge, I know my business, but how do I get past ageism? How do I get past the fact that I need to grow my business? I'm trying to scale the business, because when I came back into business in 2016, everything was out of my pocket from money that I saved. Now I want to grow to export, yes, and scale the business. Access to finance is very difficult because I have a, you know, double barrel issue, female and my age. So that for me is one of the big concerns. I felt everything that was said. It's all very true. As I believe every one of the women businesses who is here can tell you. And so my concern is, how am I going to move forward? You know, I do have the ability to export. I have the ideas, but really and truly, I need to scale. How do I access that financing to get equipment? Laser cutters. I want to purchase a laser cutter. It's not cheap, but it would speed up my business process and it would allow me to access the export market. So where does someone like me go? Where do I find the knowledge? You know, where do I go online to say, this is where you can go, this is where you can get the funding, all of those things. It's also a matter of not knowing where to go. So those for me are my concerns as an entrepreneur.
And thank you so much. We're really grateful to hear the concerns coming from our beneficiaries directly, because as you have shared from your own personal story, there are multiple and intersecting challenges that women have to face every single day. And so I will bring in, of course, our speakers who are joining us online. Welcome again. I'm going to start with Shani Duncan Falconer. And of course, I want to link this question particularly to what was asked just now by one of the women-owned business owners in the room, because she also touched on the challenge as it relates to accessing finance. So Shani, accessing finance, as we continue to hear, is a significant challenge for women-owned businesses globally and particularly in our region. And of course, this lack of access, it affects scalability for our women-owned businesses. Can you share with us from your work that you lead at JMMB, what is it that you're doing in particular? How are you taking in the needs and the concerns of women entrepreneurs, such as stories that we've just heard here shared this morning, into the ways that you're making decisions and offering innovative services and products?
All right. Thank you so much for having me. So I'm with the GMMB, and at GMMB we have our SME Resource Center, because what we realize is that we have SMEs who need additional help. So SMEs will come to us. Yes, we have banking, we have the loans, we have products. But then we realize that we need to have them get some additional help to get them to where they need to be in their life cycle. So from us having that resource center, we've done our accelerator program, which was a program that lasted for 2 years. But when we did this, we realized, you know what? We need to have something specific for our women in business so that when they're ready to access loans, they're able to do that because we've built them up within the SME Resource Center. So what we did is that recently we launched our Powerful Women in Business. And with that Powerful Women in Business program, we had over 150 applications. And what we did is that we took our top 35 female-led businesses and we brought them into the program. And what we're seeing is it's a brand new program, but we are able to see that when we bring them into a community and we're able to we have it around different factors. So we look at her life, her wealth, and her business. So what we have to make sure we do is it's not just on the business. When you're trying to build up SMEs and build up women-led businesses, you have to look at their entire life. You have to look where they are in their business life cycle, and then you also have to look at where they are in their individual financial life cycle. So we've made sure that we've done that. And in doing so, we create solutions to help them grow, that when they now need access to finance, they're able to get that access to finance. So we look at solutions in terms of what do they need for their business. It may be we have workshops. So that's the foundation of it. We have workshops in terms of financial workshops, marketing, also in terms of how to brand your business, in terms of workshops in terms of conflict resolution, with how to deal with that, because sometimes women have more difficulty dealing with conflict resolution. So we look at a holistic approach, and then we also look to see, okay, let us help build your business for you. So do you have access to investment on the personal side? Do you have access to investment on your business side? So we have to make sure that everything we do, especially targeted to women and female businesses, we make sure that we're looking at a holistic approach so that we have them come through this program. It's a 6-month program. Right now we have 35 women in business and they are exceptional. We have them across industries. We don't say, okay, only one industry. We make sure that it's access for all industries. We have their workshops. We make sure that when they're now coming out of the program, that we have gotten them to a sustainable place, that if they come and say, you know what, Shani, I need a loan, we would have shifted the needle and said, okay, we have accelerated you enough to be able to do that. But even in the program, we have to work with them after. So it's not that you have programs with these ladies and then you forget about them. So we keep them within the resource center and we keep growing them. And also what you have to do is make sure that you have personalized services for each one. So it is important to do a needs analysis on every business that comes into you to make sure you understand where they are and where they need to be. So don't have, it can't ever be these cookie cutter programs that it's one thing for everybody, because it doesn't work. We have to understand where each business is at so that we will understand where they need to get to in order to access loan financing. So at JMMB, we've tried to make it inclusive and make sure that our women in business, they are able to propel and we're able to create networks for them. So in terms of just inviting them to different sessions that are being held, you know, we have to empower them to be able to be successful in business. And then eventually, when they need loan financing, we're able to walk them through the steps that would be needed.
Thank you so much, Shani, for sharing on the work of JMMB, the wraparound support services and products that you provide. And staying on the theme of access to finance, I want to turn to Tony of Portland Equity Fund, because CDB would have recently invested in this fund, and we heard, for those of us who joined the opening remarks this morning from our president, how important that investment is to the bank. So Tony, can you tell us a little bit more about the work of the Portland Equity Private Fund, and as well the gap that you are using this fund to close, particularly within the Caribbean region, and also share with us just some of the uptake that you've had so far, or successes?
Thank you so much, Pamela. Such a pleasure to be with you today. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to join you physically, but thankfully we have technology to support us. Just by way of background, for those who may not be familiar with the Portland Group, Portland Private Equity is a part of the Portland Holdings Group. We were founded a little over 30 years ago by Michael Lee Chin. And so the private equity arm is focused on providing fund management services to companies in the Caribbean. So we deploy growth capital to companies across the Caribbean basin. Some of you may be aware that as a region, we continue to just be overlooked and underserved by the global capital markets. We've often been able to access debt, but equity has not been as forthcoming as we'd like. So we're really very thankful for the partnership that we have with the Caribbean Development Bank. Pamela, you may be aware that the CDB has invested in us for the past, I'd say, 15 years. We've actually completed 2 funds already with the Caribbean Development Bank coming on board. And through that partnership, we've been able to create over 26,000 high-quality jobs. We've been able to mobilize over $2.5 billion US in additional risk capital when we consider the mobilization effects of the funds we've invested in each of our portfolio companies. So it really has been a fruitful partnership to date. And we are getting ready to launch our 3rd fund, as Dr. Leon mentioned. It will be a $350 million US growth equity fund. But what's really special about it is that there is a very intentional focus on gender equality. We are actually going to have quite a bit of our funds deployed into companies that are either women-owned or women-led, that have a significant share of women as employees, or that have quite a few products and services that will cater to women. What I'm also happy about is that we have coming on board to help us is UN Women. So UN Women will be providing services to all of our portfolio companies so that they can embed more gender responsive practices in their operations, so they can better understand how important it is to have diversity being reflected in their staffing, in how they serve their clients, how they contract with suppliers. All of this will form part of our strategy as a fund manager. One thing that I am also going to highlight today, and I may be stealing the thunder of someone who is sitting in your audience because I know she's going to be a part of your session later. One of the first investments we're really excited about is that we will be investing in a company, or hope to invest in a company that will be providing financing specifically to women-led companies. So this new entity, again founded by women, will be seeking to deploy funds to women entrepreneurs and giving them, I would consider, holistic support. We already mentioned so many barriers that women face in business. I think personally it's stemming from cultural norms, gender stereotypes. It affects our confidence sometimes as women. It affects our ability to network and forge important relationships. So this new financing company will not just be deploying funds, but they're also seeking to meet entrepreneurs where they are so that they can scale and grow. And the hope is that those companies, once they're at a point where they're adequately financed and doing well at an SME level, can graduate to what I consider the lower mid-market level, where Portland actually plays and where we can now become more actively and directly involved in their business.
In how Portland is very intentional about deliberate action for gender lens investment room. And one of the things that we heard as well this morning is the whole challenge around mindset, the ways in which people think, first of all, because the way we think will obviously influence the kinds of policies, the kinds of actions, and the way in which resources are prioritized and allocated. Joanna, you would have really led a tremendous way in terms of a non-traditional field in the work that you're doing. And basically, you would have had a unique business opportunity that you started over 10 years ago, looking at the whole issue of renewable vehicles and sources. So these are non-traditional areas that you have managed to break ground in. And so can you share with us briefly about your company, the journey, what has it been like for you, and how did you basically scale your business for other women who might be listening in the room and online who would like to get into non-traditional areas as well?
Sure, of course. And the earlier days, the first couple of years for sure, were very challenging. So Mega Power imported the first electric vehicle into Barbados. The vision in year one was actually to sell solar carports. So some of you may remember that. And the concept was charging electric vehicles from the sun, shaded parking, generating renewable energy through a solar carport system. But at that time, there were already quite a few solar PV installers in Barbados. Rooftop installations are a lot cheaper than creating a structure, even though our structure was, I felt, very novel and, modular. You could build 2 carports, or you could build up to 50. Indeed, we've built about 4 in the 10 years. But at our first solar carport launch, we'd imported 1 electric vehicle to plug in to just demonstrate what could be possible. But no one was asking about the solar carport. Everybody was asking about the car. And I say all this to say, don't be afraid to kind of shift direction from where you're originally going. But in terms of gender bias, I remember year one and year two especially, you'd show a vehicle. We attended a lot of fairs. This was pre-COVID. There was a lot of fairs. So there was a lot of either like renewable energy fairs, or we're a member and we continue to be of the Barbados Renewable Energy Association. We'd go to schools. And because there's no engine, everyone wants to see what's under the hood, So I'd pop the hood and I'd, have it there, and I'd be just about ready to say, and this is an electric motor and this is the inverter. And someone would say, where's the technician to tell me how this works, So I definitely have had that on many occasions. And you have to see humor, as well as take it as the gift of a question, right? A point for learning and for sharing as well. So there's definitely been a lot of that. Republic Bank was the first bank that would offer renewable energy loans. I mean, now everyone does it. And similarly, when we were looking at companies to work with to finance electric vehicles, because no one's coming with cash. Okay, maybe a few select early adopters or persons that are, able to straight off afford, but that's not the market in Barbados. People lease or get a loan for vehicles. And in 2013, the lease rate was 7.5%. And it was also very difficult to get traditional banks, even, the other lending associations, credit unions, difficult to get them on board. But, again, a lot of that was, I guess, persistence, data sharing, and with time as well. But now the rate for financing electric vehicle loans are about 3.5, 3.75%. So we've seen an incredible decrease. And I know Jamaica, it's a lot more expensive still than Barbados and Trinidad as well. But I would say that, getting finance companies on board, made a big difference to be able to sell the vehicles. And that took a good couple of years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us, Joanna, and the challenges that you've had to overcome. And I am pretty sure that there are still many challenges that we need to continue to address, not only within that sector, but in non-traditional sectors on a whole. So, Lizra, I want to turn to you because we're talking about challenges and we're talking about issues, and you lead a very important project at the OAS. Can you share with us, through the work that you're managing through the WEE project, how are you working towards addressing some of the challenges that women-owned businesses experience as it relates to competitiveness, accessing finance, and of course, just operating within non-traditional markets in a way that would allow them to survive?
Great. Thank you so much for the invitation to support this very important launch and the symposium of the SheTrades Hub in the Caribbean. I'm really delighted to share with you more about WE, and it's the Women's Economic Empowerment Project, and we call it WE for short. And this project takes place across 6 Eastern Caribbean countries, as well as 3 in Central America. And through this project, we are empowering women to be able to leverage the digital economy. In being able to leverage the digital economy, they will be able to be more resilient. And some of the challenges that they face as a result of COVID, then their businesses will be able to now leverage whatever capacities that they have developed and not be as affected as they were previously. As was mentioned, women face so many challenges across our region, and even every time we ask, we know that access to finance is a major challenge. Also, connections to the international markets and being able to take advantage of customers that are all across the world, but to be really able to push their businesses in that sense. And through the WE project, we've designed through the OAS, the Secretariat for Integral Development, and with other partners, including the US Department of State, as well as Meta. We are working very diligently to ensure that we can sustainably support women in the Eastern Caribbean and Latin America. Now, getting in a little bit more detail as to how we get to do this, we see that it's important to work together with partners, but also partners on the ground, the partners who consistently support the women entrepreneurs to build their capacities so that they will be able to, over the years, not just when one employee received that capacity. And we know that in some organizations, there is high turnover and persons leave that job and they move to something else. But how can we ensure that the entrepreneurs in each country will be able to, over time, over years to come, gain access to digitizing their businesses, building their online presence, accessing financial services, the digital economy, and also international markets. So, as we speak currently, and even this morning, we're now on the third week of our Train the Trainer program, where we empower at least 30 employees and 30 persons who support MSMEs to develop their capacity to help the women in these areas. We also see that it's not just the capacity building, but providing that access to tools and resources. And it's interesting that the business who indicated her challenge earlier on in terms of ageism and the need to ensure that her business can be more sustainable. We believe that through the online clearinghouse that we are launching very soon, it's already finalized for the English version, and we're finalizing other aspects of it very soon so that we can launch it. It provides information for women to be able to find out what's happening in each country. They will get to see what are the institutions who provide support in the digital economy. Also able to tap into see what's happening regionally and access to tools and other resources that will be placed on this clearinghouse. The women will also have a voice that they could share their voice and also connect with the diaspora. We're also creating formalization toolkits, business formalization toolkits, so that if a woman entrepreneur decides today, I want to establish my business, what pathway are we sharing with the women in a clear manner so that they're able to know all the different institutions that they need to go through and the best way that they should go about that process? So this is also one of the benefits of this we project that we are providing, as well as a hub that supports innovation, entrepreneurship, and productive transformation, but also connecting women with the diaspora market. And I'm really delighted that for some months now, we've been discussing with the team at SheTrades Caribbean, the CDB team, so that we can find ways of how to not duplicate efforts, but partner and leverage work that each other is doing to enhance our support to women. We think also that the Caribbean is I would say it's small enough that we can communicate with each other, we can work together, and we can really build on the strengths of each other to continue to support the organizations as well as the women entrepreneurs. And we also believe that when women are economically empowered, their families, their communities are really empowered, as well as economic development takes place. We also see our women as positive agents of change, and they are really able to now reduce income inequalities and increase economic resilience. So I'm really delighted that I got to share a bit with you as to what we're doing. There are other things that we're doing, but based on the time, I think these are the important aspects to share: how we are partnering, how we are collaborating, how we are building capacities on the ground, and providing tools, resources, but not only these capacities, but connecting the women to market so that they actually have an outlet to share more about their business, to actually gain income, to take care of their families, to support their communities, and to build economic resilience. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, Lizra, for sharing on the transformational work of the OAS. So we've heard from all of our speakers, and all of our speakers are extremely passionate about the work that they're doing in this space. So before we wrap up, we have the opportunity once more to hear from you in our audience. If there are any immediate reactions or reflections from any of you on what you've heard, you have an opportunity now just to raise your hand. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Gibson. I am a businesswoman and I own a company called Native Caribbean. My contribution is sparked by your question, Mrs. Turner-Jones, about the presentation from Dr. Donart and the numbers that she presented. And I believe you were probing to see what the real world experience would be on this side from our perspective. So I actually did have some reflections on about 3 things she said. The first one was about the ability to expand sales. The second one was about the ability to find and choose staff with the key characteristics and skills that you would need to scale the business. And then the ability to become visible in other markets. And as I heard those things, and I'm going to do it vis-a-vis the kind of workshop that we're at and the kind of support that you can provide by the way of capacity building. So take, for example, the ability to expand sales. I've been to plenty training on sales, and it's always very useful in terms of you walk away with a lot of what is. What is a funnel? What is a sales plan? What is? And I think that some of my peers in the room could echo sentiments of walking away and craving more information, but more to the how to, and not how to run a sales program, but necessarily how to really pivot within your business to expand the sales, how to identify challenges and name them as the correct challenge that's happening in the market, the shift around you, identifying what that problem is and creating a strategy to answer it or to take your business forward with that, kind of information. Those types of skills I find, I've not been to as many trainings with that kind of information. And so I wanted to mention that because as you go about building your capacity sessions, if that kind of approach could be made, I think it is something that my peers and I would be very, very interested in hearing and would welcome. The data that Dr. Donner presented, it almost sounded as if they were stumped as to why this is happening. And it is because we need a little bit deeper insight. I would go as far as to say, no, we need to build on the knowledge that was shared and develop some wisdom for how to maneuver in those situations. With the ability to become visible in other markets, a lot of the training that I've been on as a micro business person has been more geared to exporting for much bigger business. If I use my business as an example, I could never fill a container on the sea with what I sell to go to another country. First of all, it would really deteriorate the quality of the product by the time it gets there with the temperature conditions, etc. And secondly, they're too small. I've not been to a training thus far that really speaks about how micro businesses can move things in other manners, whether it is by air, fulfillment centers, those types of situations. And so I guess I have a question or maybe a request that in the capacity building as well, that there could be some consideration to how micro businesses can actually export. It might not be through distribution channels, it might be more of a direct to customer type thing. And if sessions could be built to really empowering us or equipping us in those areas, I think many of us would be grateful.
Thank you so much for that really powerful intervention on highlighting the real needs and the gap. Of course, we've come a long way. We've seen significant progress, but we do have a lot more to do. So just to round up the panel, I'm going to give everyone the opportunity, and of course, feel free to incorporate in your final words responses to what was just presented here. So I'm going to start with those of us in the room because I've dubbed this panel at the beginning as an action panel. And I need to be true to that. So just to end us off, I want each of our speakers, and bringing you back into the loop, our director, to please share with us one innovative action that we need right now to support the way women trade. So I want you to be very pointed and targeted. And of course, feel free to respond to some of what you've heard. So I'll start with our director.
Yeah, so I think for those of you who already know me, you know that I'm a very data-oriented person, and I like to use empirics. And what I want to encourage all of you that are running your businesses, and starting with the last speaker, because I found it profound what you were saying, in terms of you've already identified the challenges very succinctly. And I think in identifying those challenges, you already have the ingredients for the solutions. But what we need is to document your stories a little more. And I say this because listening to Shani talk about the resource center, for example, at JMB, in my mind, I'm thinking, I hope she's collected data. I hope she's collected data, because we need to know where we're starting. And you heard the president make his announcement this morning about challenging us to come up with the 2,000 entrepreneurs by 2025, and starting with this quarter. I'm already counting all of you in this room to make up my bit of the quota for him by December. So, but my point is, we only learn from if we have evidence. And your stories, and by documenting where you started at the beginning of your journey, how your sales have grown, how many people you've employed, we need that information. It also helps when you come to access finance, because people like Shani are going to ask you, well, how are you, when you're putting your business plan together, what's the information? Do you have the correct information on your sales? Do you know who you're selling to, and so on? Not to get into a lot of details, my final point is we need the data, and you may not think it important, but I say document, document, document. The same way that Joanna has mentioned where she started and how things have changed. Started out with I didn't know you started out with the carport business, and now we're selling cars. That's a brilliant example of maybe what you're selling, maybe in order to fill that container, it could be something else, but you haven't thought about it yet. Through SheTrades, this is where the collaboration comes, and I think CDB can play a really important role in putting those pieces together for you. So thank you for being here. We're on a good start. Pamela.
Thank you so much, Director. I turn now, so the first one is data. I turn now to Joanna.
You've got me here thinking about distributorship. How are we gonna get those candles and other products out there? And I think that kind of points back to partnerships. But sometimes partnerships can be hard to form. But where I think that any and all of us in the room can put our business more out there is through technology and through something like a customer testimonial. And I think those are really affordable, easy. Everybody has a phone. I will make a video for you right now about how amazing your rum punch candle is, stuff like that. And maybe that's the way to get partnerships. Social media makes this more accessible for all of our businesses to be seen. And it's about, I guess, being creative in those ways. But yeah, ultimately, to get more sales, you need partnerships. That's where I'll end.
Thank you, Joanna. We have data, we have partnerships, digitalization running through. Shani, would you like to add your action?
So, I definitely agree with the partnerships, because what we've realized is that we're operating in Jamaica, we're operating the resource center in Trinidad, and having these women come together and be able to discuss and having accountability partners in the various countries, within industries, we're able to help them see what's happening in other industries, in other countries, so that they're able to export and have these proper relationships that will help to guide them and help them to export when they're ready. So I definitely believe in partnerships, and that's why we always try to bring our female entrepreneurs together to make sure that they can see how it is in different countries, to be able to really be a force and to have accountability and to partner with each other.
Thank you so much for that, Shani. So you've added to the chain. We have data, partnership, and accountability within those partnerships. Thank you so much. We turn now to Lizra for you to please add your action.
Oh, I think we've already been building so well. The building blocks are so great thus far. I think in partnerships, well, I take it on a different tangent, not just for the businesses, but the institutions who support businesses, because I think businesses can take advantage of certain opportunities. But if we lack the foundation and the policies from the institutions who support the businesses, there's a clear gap. And one of the actions that the OS is working towards is an internationalization conference to bring the different partners together, from the logistics to the finances, the regulators, and other partners, so that we can come and better help to solve the issues, so that like tomorrow the micro businesses who want to export can understand how can I which sort of logistic companies can I use, what's the most cost efficient way of doing it. And this will now help the women to be able to pull together, so not just one will be sent in a container, but maybe five could come together, just like the pavilion that was mentioned in one of the previous speakers. That is not just like 3 or 6 women who are benefiting, but now 20 women can have a pavilion. So now we'll be able to have the building blocks so that many more women can pull together to tap into these other markets, to export and to build their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizra. So you spoke to coordination, very important. Thanks for building on these solutions. And finally, to take us out, Tony, please add your action.
Sure, Pamela, thank you. I think what really resonated with me was the points raised by the or entrepreneur in your audience member, the need for more targeted capacity building. I feel that I need to know, be mindful of the support I'm claiming to lend to the entrepreneurs that will be in my portfolio. Am I really mindful of their needs versus perhaps rolling out a blanket program, thinking that what I'm doing is going to actually be meaningful? So I'm now being challenged to think through, consider the data, consider the feedback that's being presented here and in reports, and ensure that whatever I am doing to support capacity building truly meets the needs of the portfolio companies that I'm trying to serve and partner with.
Thank you so much, Tony. So we've come to the end of this panel on how she trades, and you've heard the solutions and the actions advanced by all of our speakers, the need for data and evidence, partnerships, accountability, coordination, and of course, targeted capacity building. You've heard it here first. Thank you to everybody for joining us. Thank you to all of our speakers for your dynamic and robust presentations. And as you've heard, please stand by for our next panel discussion that will be moderated by Mr. Deodat Maharaj. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Thank you, everyone, and for the panelists. We're about to break for lunch, but we have a teaser, which Joel Ford will be interviewing 2 Caribbean businesses, and then we will break for lunch. Lunch will be shortened. Go ahead. Lunch will be shortened, and we will repair back to the room at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Imagine a community leveraging the power of the pink purse to drive prosperity. One Caribbean grouping, a global partnership, connecting women entrepreneurs to the world. This dream can become a reality through the SheTrades Caribbean Hub. Join SheTrades Caribbean as we support your business's success. Grow your business, grow Caribbean economies, and thrive. Our women in business will connect with experts to improve enterprise competitiveness and enjoy linkages with investments and markets within and beyond the region. Join SheTrades, connect with us, and see your business grow. The SheTrades Caribbean Hub at the Caribbean Development Bank.
Summer, please look happy. Jinx.
3 million women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh in competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chairwoman's chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women.
In focus spotlight. I've got two guests today. We've got Barbadian entrepreneur Kim Butcher of Okoye by Kim, and online we've got Sandra and Richard McLeish. They're the founders of Sancard Company. Now our session has been trimmed down.
She's 3 million women with a hunger for success. A thirst to be
Our session has been trimmed down, so we really need to keep it short. I want to say welcome to my guests, Kim Butcher, and to Sandra and Richard McLeish. Hello, how are you? Sorry about that. Technical challenges. I really want to start by asking both of my guests, why and how did you get into business? And I'm going to take my grandmother's training and start with our Jamaican guests, Sandra and Richard. How did you two get into business?
Well, we've known each other for a very long time. We're at university together, but we weren't a couple at that time. We were just friends. And then several years later, we met up again. I have been farming for many years. I have a farm in Portland. And when Richard and I reconnected, he already had his own brand of foods. And so he's a chemical engineer. I had a farm with a number of products, and especially fruits, Jamaican fruits that were in abundance. And so we just put the chemistry together, and we ended up coming up with a brand new line of products that's never been done before in Jamaica. And we are still the first and only family of Jamaican salad dressings.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah. Outside of this, we're going to have a separate conversation as to why I don't see your brand of salad dressings when I go to the supermarket in Barbados. But that's a separate conversation. Kim, tell us about your brand.
I am Kim from Okoye. And I want to start by saying what Okoye means, because that's very important to us. So Okoye means strength, resilience, and marketplace. In 2020, the world was going through what we were going through. And it was an opportunity for me to pivot. I really wanted to think about the all to both, using all of my skills and talents, leaving it all on the table. We were all looking at health as our wealth. So if I was looking at my health and my wealth, I need to think, how can I contribute? What can I do? So that is what birthed Okoye. We wanted to ensure that we were making transitional accessories to elevate your look effortlessly. So as social entrepreneurs as well, we wanted to create a space where women, men, anybody who was an entrepreneur, especially those persons who had pivoted, had a space to speak. And that was the birth of Buy From Bohe. Okoye is very Bajan. We use a lot of who we are authentically in our brand. So all of our names of our products are Barbadian names, names that you are familiar with. We have a Catch My Hand grant because part proceeds from the sale of every belt is gifted to another entrepreneur. We were talking about finance today, and the reality is a lot of entrepreneurs are asset rich, but they're cash poor. Sometimes you need a little tips of money to help get you to that trade show. And that is what we do with Okoye. As a social lifestyle brand, we are about empowering women and girls. So gender-based violence is high up on our platform. In April of this year, we went to Trinidad to use our platform to continue to raise awareness. And that is what Okoye is about. We're celebrating women and girls, and we're telling them to wear your waist, because you are beautiful.
One of the things I love about both of our entrepreneurs is that they really incorporate local service providers and local manufacturers in both their brands. So tell me, Sandra and Richard, how difficult, how easy that has been in terms of maintaining the consistency and the quality of your products. And before Richard tell me, like he told me yesterday, that we only focusing on women, Richard, you can answer that.
Well, let me start first before he gets in there. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a female farmer, and I grew up in a farming family. And when my father was deciding who he was going to turn our family farm over to, I wasn't even a factor. He went to the boy. He wasn't interested, so we ended up selling that farm. And years later, I ended up going and getting my own farm. The point I'm making is that I know how hard it is for women farmers in particular. 70% of the farming in Jamaica are small farmers, and 70% of that are women farmers. But guess what? We only own 10% of the land.
Wow.
And so I have been very deliberate, and Richard knows this, in going out and seeking raw material, I go after women farmers. Mr. Mack, over to you.
Richard?
I felt this setup once I sat down this morning. This is history in the making, and Sandy is a historical person in the making, because not only has she led this organization, which richly focuses on women and their throughput in her supply chain, but it also lends its reach, its outreach to supporting other ventures as well that supports women socially.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, like I said yesterday too, bird can fly on one wing, and behind every strong woman, we need stronger men to help him even further and more than he did before. So I stand behind her in full support of using her business to empower women and to strengthen the equalization of women across the entrepreneurial industry.
I'll give you just one quick example, if I may. We work with a lot of women in partnership in terms of cleaning the raw material, the fruits and vegetables, and we get them so that they are ready for processing. And one of the things we did one year is that all of the women who worked for us, their back to school lists, their book lists for their kids, we made sure to either pay all of that school fee, that back to school list, or 50% of it, depending on the level of engagement with those ladies. And it's something, thank you. We deliberately partner because we don't want, a lot of the time, the ladies who are working at the lower socioeconomic level, who are really just cutting and cleaning, very important part of the product process. But we want them to know that we value you and we value the time you are taking away from your family to be a part of this business. So it's something we want to continue doing in a more meaningful way. But I'm just giving you an example of how we've been able to strengthen the supply of not only goods but also the services as well.
Thank you very much for that, Sandra. One of the things we talked about quickly yesterday was, I said to you, what were your expectations of SheTrades? And you said to me, I don't want to sound jaded, but I've been part of the Jamaica Women in Manufacturing. I've been part of this thing with women in whatever. And you're waiting to see how this is going to be more supportive of your business. Kim, are you at that place as well, where you're in a wait and see mode?
I'm in a wait and see mode, but I'm very excited to be a part of SheTrades, because a lot of what we do as social entrepreneurs is really about giving women a voice. And cultural confidence is so important. Women need to speak for themselves. So many times we are told, be seen and not heard in the Caribbean as women. So a lot of what we do at Okoye is about creating space and agency for women in our products and in our services. A simple thing like Vex Money Purse, because it's a very Caribbean thing. We need to remember you need to have your agency to say goodbye. If you need to say goodbye. So I see SheTrades being a space where I can amplify the message of what it means to be a Caribbean woman. We have a voice, and I want to make sure that with SheTrades, we table big for every woman who wants to have a seat at the table.
Thank you so much for that, Kim. Unfortunately, I'm being told that we have to wrap up, so that was your final word. Sandra and Richard, final words.
I'm hoping we get 2 words. So here's my one. I just want to encourage us as women in building generational wealth. One of the questions that came earlier in the day and in the previous panel was, what is the one thing that makes us unique as women as we move forward in this world of entrepreneurship? And the fact is, we are nurturers. We have been given additional responsibilities in home. And so we need to find a way to incorporate that into the work we do, or we will not have that sense of fulfillment in and of ourselves. And this is really about us at this point. So I just want to encourage women. There's a scripture that says in Proverbs 13, verse 22, that a wise parent, a good parent, looks after their children's children. And so I want to encourage us as women, as we think on how we're building our business, think not only about yourself and your children, but your children's children. And if you start looking at generational wealth like that, then you're setting up something that will really leave a legacy for your family.
Okay, Sandra and Richard, thank you so much. Kim Butcher, thank you. This has been way too short. All right, audience? Way too short. We need to do more of this so that we can hear the voices of our entrepreneurs, women and men. Yes, Richard, I have not forgotten you. Women and men, and to be able to hear some of the struggles that they're dealing with and be able to work together as a community to provide solutions for those. Thank you so much. Sandra and Richard, this is not the end. Neither is it for you, Kim. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you, everyone, for that panel. We will prepare for lunch in the cafeteria now, and we wish to return in 20 minutes.
Connecting women entrepreneurs to the world. This dream can become a reality through the SheTrades Caribbean Hub. Join SheTrades Caribbean as we support your business's success. Grow your business, grow Caribbean economies, and thrive. Our women in business will connect with experts to improve enterprise competitiveness and enjoy linkages with investments and markets within and beyond the region. Join SheTrades, connect with us, and see your business grow. The SheTrades Caribbean Hub at the Caribbean Development Bank.
3 million women on the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh in competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
Yeah. Okay. I'm really delighted to be here, and thanks to the International Trade Center and the Caribbean Development Bank for asking us to participate in this session with two rock stars. Gail Maturin is an institution in the trade landscape in our region. I've worked with Gail, sought her counsel, and it's a great pleasure and honor to have Gail here with us today. And just, I mean, it's going to be fantastic, I'm sure. And with us, we have Andrea as well, who has been working tirelessly on this agenda to get women in trade and to do concrete and practical things to make a difference where it matters on the ground and in the lives of women. And I would like to really congratulate CDB and the International Trade Center for this initiative. At Caribbean Export, our job is to promote Caribbean trade globally and to get investment to the region. And we recognize and we see firsthand that when women are successful, families are successful. When women succeed, communities are stronger. And I started working in development in Tanzania. I think Pam is going there next week. And there I saw firsthand the massive importance of having a forensic focus on women. And I think when SheTrades, as a region, we are successful. So really great initiative, but let's get down to our conversation. So Gail, you have been working in this space for some time. We know all the problems. We know all the challenges, maybe most. But this SheTrades initiative is about solutions, right? And where the rubber hits the road. So given your experience, your background, your deep knowledge, I mean, what are one or two solutions or proposals you can put on the table to exponentially enhance the performance of women in business and trade in the Caribbean? Why don't we start off with that, Gail? And I'm not letting you off the hook. So go for it, Gail.
Thank you very much, Deodat. And please allow me before I respond to your questions. No, not quite questions. Just to say what a great pleasure it is to be here. Let me thank the Caribbean Development Bank and the International Trade Center, Caribbean women leading the way for this initiative. I think that the SheTrades initiative is an excellent one. I think it is focusing on one of what I think are the solutions, which is facilitation. We have got to find ways of facilitating our women entrepreneurs to participate in a much broader way in our export markets, for all the reasons that you just highlighted. And I have spent a little time going through what specific trade policy provisions you would want to see in trade agreements that would facilitate women in trade. And I must say, it's not an easy question to answer. It really is not. I'll come to one possible area, but it's not an easy question to answer. And I really think that the way to get women to play a greater role in our export markets is the facilitation issue. It's a general issue throughout our countries, but I think if we can target women, and this is my understanding of this program, then we are taking we're moving to another level. So I really would like to offer my warmest congratulations, and I look forward to SheTrades meeting that target of what, 2,000 women? Mm-hmm. Did I hear the president say this morning? So best wishes. I think one of the other things that we may need to do in that process of facilitation and that process of understanding better what are the issues, I think we need to look back at some of what has happened in the past. For example, we are focusing right now on women entrepreneurs who have set up formal businesses. But you know, I grew up in, well, I'm from Jamaica, as you probably know, and I lived through a period in Jamaica's history when women who were not highly educated, women who ostensibly had no access to capital, found, and because we were having shortages in Jamaica, they found themselves all over the world to fill that need. They didn't ask for capital. We were trying to remember whether there were any special measures put in place at the national level to facilitate that trade. We think that some customs-related measures may have been put in place. But they certainly found their own capital, they found their markets, they found their products, and they filled a need. And I think we need to know more about that experience, because I think we need to understand that women at various levels in our societies are in the world of business, and we need to understand that better. Another example, for example, that I think we could look at is, I've lived in Barbados for some time, and I'm aware that every week a boat comes from St. Vincent and the Grenadines and replenishes the markets of Barbados. What's involved in that trade? Have we investigated it? Have we found out how it works? Are there best practices that we can pull from that? I'm just saying all of this to emphasize the need, yes, facilitation, but I also think we need to know more about what is happening and what has happened and what has worked.
Okay, thank you so much, Gail. So Andrea, President, Caribbean Women in Trade. Okay, we heard from Gail about the women who are coming here and supplying the markets. We know about what's happening, St. Vincent and the Grenadines to Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada to Trinidad and Tobago. But Andrea, I want you to tell us, all right, given your own experience and what you have seen, I mean, what are some of the sectors where women have performed really well in the area of trade? And what lessons can we learn, if any, from that performance?
Right. So the examples that Gail provided point to the agribusiness sector. Well, that's actually just, for the most part, the example she gave of women flying the boats up the chain of the islands is really about not agribusiness, but agriculture. But one of the areas, if you check any e-commerce site that houses Caribbean products, you see a predominance of products in the agribusiness sector. Women entrepreneurs using the region's natural resources to create innovative products. They add value. They innovate using local produce, new flavors, applying improved techniques. Frozen yams, preserved sweet potatoes, a host of chips, banana, plantain, breadfruit, you know, and with a whole range of flavors. And we're not just talking about foods either. We're talking about, in the health and wellness space, body scrubs, soaps, face and body washes, jewelry, where we know this for a long time, but we see an advancement even in the types of products that are being developed using local materials that would otherwise become waste. I would even include nutraceuticals, the use of our local herbs to create products that have medicinal or can claim some kind of medicinal value. And the materials are there, and the entrepreneurs just need to bring their vision, talent, drive, passion, motivation, all things that we know women have in abundance, And in terms of growing it, we know that then this is where they need the support. This is where they need things like business planning and a whole host of the things that SheTrades Caribbean has been talking about. But that would be my answer to your question.
Yeah. But I have a follow-up, Andrea. So you have identified
Okay.
sectors or areas where women have been doing well, okay? But the challenge that we have in the Caribbean, when you look at all the data sets, women are not really involved in trade at a level, as Jean spoke about, where there could be equity, okay? So how could we take these individual and ad hoc examples in terms of sectors and replicate or make it more organized and systematic? What is your view on that?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I'm definitely not an economist. But I mean, I think that, yes, there are other sectors, but I don't think there are any others that have the low barriers to entry that we see in the agribusiness sector. And so what is going to be important is support. One consistent theme coming from our CUET members, kind of not surprisingly, actually, given that the strong focus on agribusiness, is a focus on solutions to address the climate change crisis, because they and their suppliers and everybody are being negatively impacted. But they want to do things like work in the technology space. There's one, group of CUET members that have developed an app to support farmers to manage the impacts of climate change. There are others who want to more effectively use the waste from an existing agro-processing operation. So I would say the renewable energy sector is one that would build very well on this existing success. But, it's going to require things like whenever you're talking about innovation, because of a longer development cycle, you need support. And I'm not just talking about financial, I know we're going to come to that, but there are things like coaching. We need incubation centers, the opportunities to build out prototypes before you actually go to market, and access to technological advice and support. So yes, it is possible to replicate the success, but we also have to be prepared to make the necessary investments that are made in other countries and regions around the world in order to achieve the promise of success.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Andrea Gale speaks about support. I mean, you know the regional architecture really well, Gale. At the regional level, can you cite a specific example of regional institutions working to encourage, support, advance this issue? Or alternatively, what, to your mind, should regional organizations do to really progressively and aggressively and assertively address this matter?
Well, first of all, Deodat, I think we have to recognize what Caribbean Export is doing, because I think you are in the business of facilitation.
This, by the way, wasn't a planned interaction, but thank you, Gil.
And I know, and I'm aware that you have been focusing on women entrepreneurs. So perhaps I'm making a plug here for an expansion of that type of program, because I really believe that facilitation is where it's at, and for in the various areas that Andrea mentioned. The information about other markets, the way you approach other markets, understanding the terms of trade in those other markets. What are the standards for specific products, et cetera, et cetera. And if facilitation in that context is targeted at women, then I think that's an added benefit. I think also, and this is a little broader than just the female entrepreneur, I think an important regional initiative which must be rolled out, and quite frankly, I no longer work for anyone. I can say this very frankly, we've taken far too long to deal with our digital platform in the region. Yeah. It's clear that is a channel that so many of our entrepreneurs as a whole are using, but also our women, particularly our women, for many of the reasons that I heard highlighted in some of your earlier sessions. The plans are there. I have seen the blueprint, but we are moving as a region far too slowly on realizing that the digital platform is what is going to take us into the new economy as it is. And I really believe that is a major regional initiative which must come to fruition sooner rather than later. And I really would like to see concerted effort in that way. I'd want to mention another area which may not seem so evident, but which I think is also very important, having struggled with the issues myself when I was employed. And that is the need for our trade policy officials in the region, both at the national and the regional level, to understand what we're talking about when we say women in trade. And I think that there's a lot of material out there, a lot of research is being done, there's a lot more to be done, but I think we need to expose in a structured way our trade policy officials, because they drive the trade discussion at the national level, and in turn drive it at the regional level. We need to sensitize them to the issue. We need to discuss with them what is possible. We need to examine, are there things we can do in our existing trade agreements to facilitate women or not? But I think there is need for training and education and exposure at that level.
No, I fully agree, Gail. And it was interesting that you made that point. I mean, Caribbean Export, for example, for our grants program, around 60% of the businesses that have benefited from our grant program, they are either women-led firms or women-co-led firms. But the person who has to take credit for that, I would like to, but I can't, is Pam and the team before me. The over 55% in our annual results report beneficiaries are women. So I just wanted to make that point. Andrea, Caribbean women in trade. We're talking about solutions, right? And what practical and concrete things are on offer to make a difference where it matters on the ground. So trade can grow, incomes can increase, jobs can be created. So in terms of your organization, what are two of the concrete and practical things you guys are doing that we can learn from and perhaps replicate or complement?
Oh gosh, you want me to stick to two? Well, I think one of the things that distinguishes
Speak to one. We only
that,
have like 15 minutes again then.
I hear you. Yeah. Okay. No. So I think one of the things to think to understand and about the CUIT is that we are actually creating a network. So unlike a kind of a project or donor-funded initiative, we are working on building a community that supports the advancement of Caribbean women in international trade. And so since our formation in late 2020, we focused on first identifying members' needs, out of which has come three key areas of focus. And they cut across each other and also cut across some of the issues certainly that Gail mentioned and that we've been hearing about all day today. So one, trade policy. But in this area, our members really want to focus on intra-regional trade. They're like, the Caribbean market is a natural first step if we want to grow our businesses. And yet, we all know about the enormous hurdles that is presented when attempting to move goods from one region to the other. So we are launching a series of trade facilitation roundtables aimed at exploring concrete solutions to the challenges that our women face. Transportation and logistics, rules of origin, and on e-commerce are the first three areas we're going to focus on. And, we want to, for instance, look at things like something that was mentioned in a previous panel. As we are a network, as we grow to know and trust each other, can we actually provide the kinds of mechanisms among ourselves so that if you have somebody based in Barbados who's traveling to Jamaica, then she becomes a carrier for these products, etc. Right? So while the bigger organizations and etc., the donors, the regional players figure out the broader transportation issues, we want to work on some solutions that are going to help our micro entrepreneurs who are our members.
Yeah.
The second area of focus is business and innovation, and I talked a little bit about that. And then access to finance. We want to explore things like we are scheduling and have begun already, things like digital payment solutions, because members have a problem with getting paid for their products and services right now. And then connecting members to alternative sources of funding. There have been mentioned of the need for programs in financial literacy, as well as improving ability to collect and analyze data. So these are things that we're working on. Some of them, as I mentioned, we're going to be working on, finding solutions within our network, but we also certainly look forward to partnering with CDB, Caribbean Export, SheTrades, sharing these solutions as we go forward. And I should say these ideas have been developed by the board and committee members out of our formal launch in May. So stay tuned for our event where we're going to be launching this report and having a very stimulating discussion around our agenda going forward.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. And Gail, you heard Andrea comment about the business environment. So we can't talk about promoting business or women in trade without considering what many consider to be an oppressive, enabling environment to do business. So in that context, Gail, I mean, what is one recommendation or suggestion you would have to change that environment to bolster women in trade?
Let me start with that phrase or a word, implementation. The issues are well known.
Yeah.
They're well documented. The plans of action exist. We need to implement them. I'm aware that at the regional level, we have looked at ways in which we can facilitate business. And Andrea mentioned goods, but equally important is services. And I think there's anecdotal evidence, certainly before the transport crisis in the region, that many women were crisscrossing the region, providing professional services of one kind or the other, in all sorts of sectors, whether it be education, training, that sort of thing. We've never been able to quantify it, unfortunately, but a lot of that activity was taking place. And that's why the digital platform is so important in light of our crisis in transportation, for example. But I really think there has to be a will to implement, because the problems have been identified and possible solutions have also been identified. There's an area that I think has great potential, and it's part of a regional regime, and that's our regional procurement regime. A lot of work has been done. Member states in CARICOM have signed on. Their digital platforms for accessing information and making possible bids. Is there room there, Andrea, and this is something that your network might want to look at. Is there room for women entrepreneurs to benefit from that? Should we be asking governments to dedicate a percentage of government contracts to be filled by women? Obviously, the action, it will take place at the national level, but a regional policy on that could be developed. So these are some of the things that I think need to be done. The focus has to be on implementation. It's not that we don't know. It's not that we haven't identified some of the solutions. What we have to focus on is how do we get it implemented. And I think that if we develop our networks, and I was made aware of Andrea's network a little while ago and was very, very pleased to hear.
Not mine, Gail. But
well, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, yes.
I think if we build networks like that, that will put pressure on governments to take these measures, because that's what it's going to boil down to. You know, I think if I may be allowed this comment, our male counterparts are very good at lobbying governments. I think women need to learn some of those skills. They do it through their organizations. They do it. I'm just coming back from the CPL final, and I can tell you that a lot of business was conducted while, you know, the crowds were cheering. Those are the kinds of skills, those are the kinds of networks that I think our women have to develop, because you have to develop pressure groups to speak to implementation. Because as I said, a lot of the plans are there. A lot of the actions are envisaged, but they just need to be taken.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gail. So Andrea, you've heard about implementation. I mean, we will not do this conversation justice, Andrea, if we don't speak about the issue of finance. In a survey we did with the Caribbean Development Bank, 450 businesses, majority were women-headed businesses. They said the number one constraint they face was lack of access to finance. So what is your idea, Andrea? You spoke about payment, but payment is different from accessing finance to do your business. I mean, any thoughts or recommendations on that particular front?
Yeah, well, again, speaking to our members, you know, what they report is success in accessing startup capital, right? So they can get grants, they can get whatever, but what they cannot get is growth capital, or that's where the challenge really comes from. The startup capital comes primarily from donor-funded programs, but when it comes on to accessing growth capital, right? You know, I have 5, 6, 7, 8 years of supplying a market, and now I see a new opportunity and I want to expand, then where is that, you know, where do you turn for that? Our banking sector is risk averse, right? You know, we don't need to add our voice. We will add our voices to that chorus. But I think practically, you know, we want to see what can be done about using our network to develop a funding platform that I think should be extended even beyond CWIT members. But I think if we can establish a network of Caribbean women entrepreneurs that then become comfortable lending among and within that network, then that can be one initial solution. Again, this is not something that by ourselves we would be able to explore, but we certainly look forward to working with, you know, an entity like Caribbean Development Bank to further explore this issue. And I would say that just to clarify why I jumped in. So, you know, our network, right now we have over 170 individual members located across the region, and we are growing daily and weekly. And so by growing that type of network that will exist outside of and even after a specific project is finished, etc., then I think that can provide a very strong platform for creating long-lasting solutions, including this very hard, you know, long-lasting challenge of getting access to growth capital.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Gail, we are coming to the end. I intend to stick to the 30 minutes allocated, and we are coming to the end of our time. 30 seconds. Most powerful point you can make, appeal you can make. The floor is yours, Gail. Go for it.
You know what? I was listening to Andrea, and I'll try to help you to stick to your time frame. I was listening to Andrea, and I kept saying, where is the CARICOM private sector organization in all of this kind of discussion? I think I've sort of identified the sort of regional-wide measures that should be put in place and put in place as soon as possible. The digital framework. I think something can be done on government procurement because we already have a platform there, but it's going to require that being put to governments to consider and to do that. If I may be allowed to just place this in a broader context, we look at what our societies are going through right now. We know that if our women are economically active and viable, that it has societal benefits. So we have a broader issue which we can address and link to the whole question of facilitating women in trade. And I think we have to make all of those linkages and make them powerfully. But I really am coming back to the private sector, whereas we now have a formal private sector organization. It's recognized in the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas as one of the associate institutes. I believe they must be part of this conversation because although they're representing larger firms, and women by and large tend to be owners of small or micro-sized businesses, they are an important voice in this region. And I think we need to so I think if I'm to sum it all up there, that I believe that all of us in the region need to come together on this issue of how do we facilitate women in trade. Caribbean Development Bank, the Caribbean Export, the CARICOM Secretariat, the private sector institutions that exist across the region, including tourism. We keep forgetting that tourism is our largest export industry. Yes, it is an export industry, right?
So together, Gail, we are stronger.
Precisely, and I think if we can pull together, maybe the bank would like to take this up, pull all the parties together to discuss this matter further and see what can be done.
Thank you, Gail. Andrea, your 30 seconds.
Yes, sorry.
Change the world, Andrea, with these 30 seconds. Let's hear you.
All right. So I'm over ambitious, dear Dad.
Yeah.
All right, but
you must be ambitious.
I would say connection to markets, and that builds on the point that Gail was being made, because I mentioned removing the obstacles to intra-regional trade, because that's our nearest market, that's the most user-friendly market for our women exporters. And I think if we focus on removing those obstacles and improving the business operating environment, then that will help us to support that goal further, drive that goal of connecting more and more of our women to export markets.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. I think it's really difficult to summarize, so I wouldn't attempt to summarize, but just a couple of key points. One, working together, we are stronger. Together is better. Two, on the issue of finance, it has to also be about innovation. We have been using very standard models and outdated models of accessing finance, which hasn't worked. And the banks, as Andrea said, the commercial banks are, extraordinarily risk averse. So we have to change that model. Thirdly, that's an important point I like, Gail, innovation, digitalization, and technology. Digitalization and technology will democratize the playing field and create a platform and environment that will enable, I think, women to do business much better, including trade. And finally, I think that when we speak about innovation and digitalization and technology or green economy transition, the fact is that I'm a servant of the region, I'm passionate of this region. This region made me the person that I am at the University of the West Indies. I spoke about CDB earlier, but we are too insular. I was going to use an adjective. So we have to be open, and that's why I really like this initiative, Pam, because I've worked globally as well. We don't have all the answers here. So that's why we need an ITC. That's why we need a partner who can leverage experience and lessons learned globally that are out there that we can learn from. So we don't have to just be insular and look inside. Of course, we need to be proud and we need to work together, but we need to leverage external expertise and what works for us. And there's nothing wrong with that. So all that's left for me to do today is to really thank everyone, to thank you, Gail, and thank you, Andrea. You guys have done a splendid job, made my life easier. It's been a great pleasure. And as you all have realized, I've kind of enjoyed this engagement. And I think Gail did as well, and Andrea, and that's how it ought to be, because we're all passionate about this. And someone like Tony Broadbent will say, last point I want to make, is that we can't talk about our gender equity and transforming the way we operate with women in trade. The men must come to the party as well. The men must come to the party as well. So the last thing is to introduce the panel, not in the next panel, Tanian Broadbent, Kelvin Foreman, and Kieran Valley Gordon. You all have been splendid. Gail, Andrea, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A network, leveraging the power of the pink purse to drive prosperity. One Caribbean grouping, a global partnership, connecting women entrepreneurs to the world. This dream can become a reality through the SheTrades Caribbean Hub. Join SheTrades Caribbean as we support your business's success. Grow your business, grow Caribbean economies, and thrive. Our women in business will connect with experts to improve enterprise competitiveness and enjoy linkages with investments and markets within and beyond the region. Join SheTrades, connect with us, and see your business grow. The SheTrades Caribbean Hub at the Caribbean Development Bank.
On the march, on the rise, with a fire in their hearts and a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh in competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chair, which chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women. Business. She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, a quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women. Yeah, with a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn. My name is Helen from Happy Hen.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Lipona.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
So we've studied and discussed why she trades. We've iterated how she trades. We've just come from a panel when she trades. We would want to shift the needle now, really focusing on and honing in on solutions and building on the discussions earlier today. So in response to the conversation we just heard, we have a panel here with us this afternoon who will identify some of the ways that key stakeholders can best support export-ready women-led businesses, help them to navigate the business environment, and help them to grow, and what we say, grow, then go. Joining me and this afternoon on stage are Ms. Tanya-Ann Broadbell, Country Representative, UN Women, Multi-Country Office, Mr. Kevin Foreman, Country SME Relationship Specialist of the Jamaica Money Market Brokers Group, and Mrs. Kieran Valley-Gordon, CEO of Inspire Capital Solutions. We've just come out of an exciting panel, and I think the last point of entry would have been the access to finance conversation. We want to hear from you, Tanya, and we'll start with you, your response to the conversation and exactly how the UN Women is responding to these issues that concern empowering women in the region.
Thank you so much. I kind of feel since it's access to finance, the bank and the private equity finances should probably go first, but we'll go to them. Yeah, we settled them up. From UN Women's perspective, that last line that their dad shared with us from that amazing panel, we have to work together. There are so many different pieces to this puzzle. It sometimes feels like we're a bit of Medusa in our support to women entrepreneurs. How can we coordinate our support so that we're building on each other's synergies, so that they're best placed to go to the export market in the ways that they need to? That's one thing we hope to do through coordination. So when women entrepreneurs come to us, we're not Caribbean Export, we're not CDB, we're not Inspire, we're not JMMB. But if they have a question about where they should be going, we can support in ensuring they know exactly where to go. The other thing that we have been doing, and it's something that women entrepreneurs keep telling us, it is acknowledging that the skills training is important, but beyond the skills training, there needs to be an acknowledgement that your professional and your personal lives don't magically have some kind of divider. And these women entrepreneurs have chosen this route for many different reasons, but their barriers to being able to give as much of their time to this work include their care responsibilities, whether they're caring for their elderly parents or their children. And so our role to work with governments so that there is a social protection network and framework that supports them is critical, because the private sector alone cannot do it. Government needs to play a role, and the private sector does. And we support the private sector in doing that work to create an enabling environment through women's empowerment principles. There are 7 principles that we work collaboratively with the private sector on, but it has to be done, again, in a coordinated manner, with government creating an enabling environment so women know, okay, I don't have to run to the school at 2:30 to pick up my children and block production, which might affect my ability to really fulfill an order. And the last issue is, we have to recognize, it sometimes feels we speak in silos. We only have 8%, at least the data we have. We keep hearing people talking about how much money is going to women entrepreneurs. As far as our data shows, only 8% of the formal entrepreneurs in the Caribbean are women. And of that 8%, 1% has over 1 employee. So if it is we're talking about getting women to export, we need to be addressing some of these issues. And some of these issues start way beyond the digitization. We have women entrepreneurs who cannot use computers but are very good at making their products. That's a gap that needs to be filled in some way. And that's the other way in which UN Women is trying to address, okay, so they may not need the support on the phytosanitation issues, but they definitely need some support on literacy as well as digital literacy.
That are geared towards these issues?
Yes, we actually have some women in the room who were with us last week.
Where are they?
Show your hands.
Well,
There was
your
some more
hand.
before. She's gone now.
Okay.
We had 25 women participate in a life series program. This is the 3rd of its kind that we've held in the region. And I'll let the women entrepreneurs, when they have a time, speak for themselves. Mm-hmm. But it was a different approach to understanding leadership and management of self and your business. The other issue is we have been working to get women entrepreneurs to understand what it takes to export. So we asked the business support officers across the region to recommend to us businesses that we can take to India, that we can take to, last year we went to Dubai, and hopefully next year we're going to Brazil. And when they go, they see what it is required of them. And so these are two main programs, and the last one is with the Government of Canada on social protection, specifically understanding, and we've supported the Government of Barbados as well in expanding universal child care. And these are some of the things that need to really happen for women to engage effectively.
Absolutely. So as you have laid that landscape for us, Tony Ann, we'd love to hear from Kevin, country SME specialist with Jamaica Money Market Brokers Group in Jamaica, a commercial banker himself. Kevin, from your experience leading the charge in terms of SME support for a commercial bank, not just a commercial bank, but a woman-owned, founded bank, what has been your experience from your table? And you have all leverage to say the things in the room that that you would hesitate to say. We would love to understand the issue from your point of view. Is there an issue supporting women SMEs?
Thanks, Kian, and thanks for having me. So, and I'm happy you mentioned about our origins. JMMB, if you don't mind, I'd like to give the background on my company.
Go ahead.
JMMB was started in the early 90s by a woman, Joan Duncan, who at that time faced significant barriers to starting her business. Her idea was, I want to make the capital markets available to the regular individual. At that time, it was more institutional investors or high net worth people who could access the markets. And of course, being the tenacious person she was, she never stopped until she got the funding required to launch a JMMB. And so for me, JMMB is seen as a woman bank. That's who we are. We cater to our women in a very special way. And so we don't only talk the talk, but we walk the walk. To the extent that we would have, over the years, developed programs. Before it was fashionable, we've developed programs specific to our women. In more recent times, we, as Shani mentioned earlier, we built out a resource center and carved out a niche for our women to help them to network and access financing and so on. Now, with regards to accessing of financing, it's a hot topic, hot button topic. We know.
Let's touch
right?
it.
It is. So let's speak about some realities that I have seen in this space. Because for us to, I believe, come to real solutions, I think we need to attend to real issues. And so about 4 years ago, I was a part of the PSOJ, Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, a sub-panel that was chaired by our group CEO, Keith Duncan. And our drive was to look at how will we make finance accessible to regular SMEs. That's one. And then drill on further to make it accessible to women in general. And we did a lot of research, and what it showed was that enough monies was just not being made available to our SMEs. That's what it came down to, but it's for various reasons. And we know about the issues that our women face and SMEs in general. But what I have seen personally is this. There are certain SMEs that you do not hear about, and those guys, they are accessing finance. My question is, why is it that there are certain clients, women and men, who are accessing finance and others are not? Could we look at the cohort of SMEs to whom banks are running, and they are saying, no, I'm going to go with this bank as opposed to you? Could we study that cohort to say, what is it about you that differentiates you from this set over here that are not accessing finance.
Kevin, are you suggesting that there are actually businesses, MSMEs, that have their pick of the litter, so to speak, in terms of a commercial bank offering them?
Absolutely.
Who knew?
Absolutely.
Hands up, who knew? Oh, you knew. Okay.
Absolutely. And so in balancing the conversation, I think we really need to look at what are those trends, what are those characteristics that are found in those guys who lead businesses, small businesses. We're not talking about large businesses here. Small businesses that the banks find so attractive that they're prepared to lower their interest rates to say, come to me, I'm prepared to bank you.
So specifically, as a commercial banker, who are those businesses that you would chase?
My observation is this. I see certain characteristics that are common among successful business people. Not talking about men or women, successful business people.
Mm-hmm.
One, you must be tenacious. Two, you have to be present in your business. Three, you have to be, in addition to being fearless, you have to be prepared to take on risks, albeit calculated risks. So the typical man will be prepared to mortgage his house because he believes in his business. And some women will, but that's a typical characteristics that we see. We also, what is very important, I hear nobody talking about it, SMEs oftentimes are not prepared to forego the immediate gratification for a longer term goal. And so once, and the list is not exhaustive, once those things align, my question then is, if a female entrepreneur has all these characteristics, what prevents you from being successful? Because I'm seeing where a lot of my clients, and I can tell you, between 28 to 33% of all my loans annually goes to women-led entities. So JMB is lending monies to women at an unprecedented rate in this Caribbean space here. Mm-hmm. So what is it that we are seeing that some other people are not seeing among these, among these SMEs?
Is it that they find JMB's terms more attractive? Is that one of the reasons?
It could. So we've organized ourselves a certain way. I will agree. The way we approach our clients is to have a conversation. Tell me about where you started. Tell me about your business. What are your dreams? What are your aspirations? And then we build an ecosystem in terms of our group, because JMB is a group structure, group of companies. We have banking, we have insurance, we have investments. If it's that we grow you to a point and you need to go to the capital markets, we're ready to take you there. That's a separate arm. But we've structured ourselves in such a way that anywhere you are along your business life cycle, we have attendant solutions for you, and we're very deliberate about how we attend to that. So we operate basically on a map. That's how we operate. Now, the good news is, at least I can speak for Jamaica. The good news is we're seeing where other institutions are now stepping up their game with regards to SMEs and women in business in particular. I'm seeing one of my competitors, I just looked at the local paper, and they have a conference right now speaking about women in business and so on. And they're one of the bigger players. And so we're seeing where other banks have lowered their risk appetite to support SMEs. We took a decision deliberately, JMB, that we are going to relook our credit adjudication processes, where we looked at it and we said, you know what, should we be asking our SMEs these questions? Are you a corporate entity? Is it that we had originally structured ourselves as if we're talking to a corporate entity that has, proper measures in place? And so we step back a bit and say, you know what, let us re-engage with our clients. Let us lower our credit risk standards, which has some other risks for the bank. But because we are so deliberate in the space, do we always need to ask for security, for example, in all cases? And so we've done that. It was a bold step, but now we're seeing other institutions stepping up to the plate. So from a Jamaica perspective, I'm thinking that I'm optimistic, I'd say. I'm optimistic. We're not close to where we ought to be, but I think we're trending in the right direction.
Well, thanks for that, Kevin. And just before we drill a little deeper on this, I want to invite Kieran Valley Gordon, CEO of Inspire Capital as well, to respond, share with us as well your perspective as a woman CEO, founder of Inspire Capital Solutions. What have you been doing in response to this issue for women and for their empowerment?
Sure. Thank you, Kayan, and thanks for having us Inspire here today. So just to back up a little bit to let you, the audience, know about Inspire. Inspire will be launching in Q1 of this upcoming year.
She said Q1, so you know she's a financial professional, right?
And so Inspire is a spin-off of two existing companies operating in Trinidad and Tobago, KCL Capital Market Brokers and Aspire. And both of those entities have been serving the mid-tier market for about a decade now, and in the capital market space. So we raise debt and equity for medium-sized businesses. And what we realized is that the majority of our clients, quite frankly, were male-owned businesses. And so Tony earlier would have mentioned that Portland Private Equity received investment from the Caribbean Development Bank and will be using some of those proceeds to invest in a company focused on gender lens, specifically investing within the Caribbean. And Inspire is happy to be the recipient of those funds in order for us to on-lend. And so what we would have noticed in deciding to operate in this space is that, yes, some of the credit adjudication metrics that are currently being used by the banks are not fit or appropriate for the micro space in particular. So if you've been a business operating for 2, 3, 5 years, you may not meet the criteria, you likely would not meet the criteria for a corporate type transaction. And so we are deliberately building Inspire from the ground up to address those issues. Now, of course, credit metrics have to be maintained, but we're looking at it from a different perspective. What do you really need to know in order to be able to effectively lend to this segment? What information do you have to receive from these businesses? Can the businesses cash flow support, from as simple as your short-term working capital loan, that little extra to get you to that next show, to get you inventory, to help you facilitate while you wait for your clients to pay you if you are a business that serves other business clients. You know that sometimes it takes 60, 90 days to get that money in when you're selling to other businesses. Maybe you need something in between that to continue operating. And so we're very purposefully looking at what businesses in that segment of the market needs. And it's also a life cycle, right? Because you're micro now, you're going to be small and then eventually medium and ready for a capital market transaction or a Portland investment directly. We want to be able to grow with you. And so we offer products, we will be offering products along that life cycle chain. So from your working capital facilities to your medium-term facilities, and we can also offer equity-type facilities, so we can invest in your business, patient capital to see you through and to help you grow. So, Andrea would have raised in the last panel effectively what happens after the grant funding, right? Grant funding is very specific. It's for startups or it's for incubator accelerators or product development. But what is needed after that is, I would say, private sector focused funding for growth, for sustainability of the business. And just one last thing I'd like to add, which is that, finance alone, as we've been discussing all day today, finance alone is one pillar, is one component. There are at least 3, and probably more that we have not discussed in this room, right? So there's the finance, there's technical training, there's the community aspect, and then there's the mindset or the leadership training. All of those components are required for female-owned businesses, yes, but potentially for all businesses. But we're speaking about female-owned businesses today. And so in looking at that and building from the ground up for this segment of the market, we said, okay, we can offer the finance, but we also want to be able to offer the community and have a place for collaboration so that there's the opportunity for peer learning, for peer networking, for some of that bringing in of mentors for the mindset and leadership training, so that there's a holistic approach. And then tapping into some of the things that we've been hearing about today. So liaising with the CDB to be able to offer some of the tech, and the UN, of course, to be able to offer some of those technical training components, so that all in all, there's a holistic approach to supporting these growth businesses.
Thank you, Karen. Now, you just reminded me, we're on a mission in Ghana, meeting with the Women Chamber. And so we started to talk and discuss what SheTrades would be about, what we'd be focusing on, and the technical assistance, the technical support, networking. And we had never encountered this before, but the president of the Women Chamber, her first response was, okay, what's next? And so I'd like to pose that to each of you, and as well to perhaps some of the entrepreneurs in the audience. What's next? Is there anything that we're missing? Is there something in the room, may not be the size of an elephant, but is there something in the room that we have not yet mentioned that will shift the needle for women entrepreneurs to be able to grow and then grow? So I'd like to ask someone, perhaps Kim, in the audience, if you could respond to that, what's next, in terms of what next you wish to see, or that you have already, felt is something that needs to be done. And then I'll return to our panel, each of them, for that question. What's next? But I did.
Because from where I sit as an entrepreneur, it's almost like you have to be an octopus. So you have to be perfect, or you have to be very proficient at your financial management, at your marketing, at your business development. So there are all these things that they say go to training and you'll get more competent in this. But as a creative, I am a creative, and that's the lane that I really want to stay in. But I feel like there's a lot of pull for me to be all things as one person. And when I'm in spaces like this, especially as SheTrades, I'm thinking what I really need to take me to the next is a type of support. Thank you. It's a type of support that allows me the mental space to focus on my creative. And I know that seems harsh, but the reality is, as a creative, to get my product from idea to actual execution, it takes a lot of bandwidth. And we come into these spaces very eager and excited to see how we can grow and scale. But our bandwidth is only so much to be able to do all the things that we want to do. So we want to be financially sound. We want to be able to market. We want to be able to export. But the reality is that we need the type of support sometimes that can only come with real collaboration, real hand-holding. And the hand-holding isn't something that happens at a workshop or at an incubator, at an accelerator. It's a long game. And are you prepared to play the long game with us? Because I can run this far, she can only run that far. And it really is a commitment to playing the long game with us as entrepreneurs. That for me is what's next.
Thank you, Kim. So back to you, Tanya.
So, Tawny.
Tawny.
So there are a few things that I was just thinking about as well when Kim spoke. I'm not sure if many of you remember on Facebook, there was a visual of the difference between equality and equity. And some people, let's say it's a cricket match, they're watching a cricket match and there is a wooden fence. And you give everybody the same box and you call that equality, right? Because you're giving everybody the same thing.
Right.
And to a certain extent, I think sometimes we're doing that. When we say, for example, the willingness to take on the risk, most women are not going to mortgage their homes because that's their only roof for their children. If we're talking about being present all the time, most women cannot do that because I gave an example of the pickups. I gave an example about how much time you have to give to care, which we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic. So if we really want to shift it, what we're doing now as SheTrades and UN Women and JMMB and Inspire and Portland Private Equity is we're giving different size boxes to everyone to get to see over that wooden fence, to say, okay, we need to work with these people so that the women can feel comfortable taking the risk. Give maybe a collective where your finance and your other things are looked after so you can focus on the creative. Mm-hmm. But the issue is a wooden fence. And we have to, at least, this is the long game of UN Women, right? We are not a bank. We are an entity for women's empowerment and gender equality. So we are in it for the long game. The fence has to become a chain link fence without barbed wire. So everybody has access to see what is happening. And that's systemic change. That's why I was talking about the work on social protection that has to happen, the work on innovative financing for gender equality, and an enabling environment where our financial institutions are creating products and having those conversations JMMB is having with the clients to understand them and what they need. Because we're all not going to fall into a normal, whatever it is we're calling normal right now, which is generally a male entrepreneur who may be young, or a female entrepreneur who has a social safety net because she comes from a wealthy family. And we need to acknowledge these things when we're trying to make that systemic change. So we're in it for the systemic change. We're in it to meet people where they are and also have people acknowledge where your strengths lie. Because maybe you don't need to be running. We were talking about how many great soaps and creams we have. Does everybody need to be making one? Or should we have a collaboration, a collective, where we're working together? Indeed. Right? So these are just, and we recognize historically we're not a space where working together is something that we trust one another with our creativity and ideas. Indeed. But that is what we're in it for, to work on that systemic change, which includes social norms change.
So to tackle that systemic change, I'll ask Karen and then I'll come to Kevin. What's next?
Yeah. So the question was if we're in it for the long game with you. And so I would say, Inspire is being created specifically as a business, and it's a private sector business geared towards solving this problem, which is access to finance for female-led MSMEs across the Caribbean. So that should say yes. Now, I'm a solutions person. I tend to try to find the answer for everything immediately. But I have to recognize, and I do recognize when sometimes finding the solution, or often finding the solution means listening first. And so I've spoken with you, Kim, I've spoken with Tamara, and I spoke with a few of the female entrepreneurs who were in that session last week, hosted by the UN. And while I think that a lot of what we already have planned will be addressing what we heard, I want to keep hearing what the issues are so that within our space, because we can't be everything for everybody, but within our space, we can do what is needed to fulfill our mandate. And I was very excited to hear the president say earlier today about those 2,000 female-owned businesses that he wanted impacted by 2025. I'm like, sign me up, because we want that throughput. So
how many can we send to you?
As many as possible. Send all. You have an ally with that. You have help, right? But yes, so I think the what's next is let's start and then let's hear what the continued issues are and let's address them one by one.
Thank you, Karen. And for you, Kevin, what's next?
What's next? The solutions-oriented person in me has to address what Kim
Please
said.
address it.
Because
Thanks.
there's something I see regularly where you're good at something. Let's say you're a chef and you're great at making wonderful foods and cakes and so on. But in order to operate a business, there are other components, and that skill set may not be something that you possess, or it may not be within your bandwidth given all the things. The thing with a SME, especially in the early stages, is that you have to do you're required to do every single thing. And so you work 22-hour days, whatever it takes. Sometimes we have to outsource. There are companies that will manage your payroll, that will manage your HR-related issues and so on, and it frees you up to attend to. It comes with a cost, but it frees you up to attend to something.
And then there's AI.
And then there's AI. So we operate in the DR, and I find that the DR is different from Trinidad, from Jamaica, from Barbados in how their SMEs operate.
In what ways?
And how their SMEs operate is dictated to some degree by some legislation that their government put in place around 2011, 2012. So that if you go to the DR now and you're looking to bank a SME client, when they come to you, they come with their financial statements and their tax returns. Let's face it, one of the greatest challenges that financiers have is understanding how they will be repaid. If I have good quality financial statements and your history, it's much easier for me to help you. It's the reality. How much responsibility are we taking for our business in ensuring that in trying to seek finance, for example, you're giving the best information possible to make the decision easier for you. On many occasions, we've had to take boxes of receipts and act as an accountant on behalf of our clients, not increasing our commitment fees because we're doing the accounting work now. Mm-hmm. So you're getting the same commitment fee, you're getting a lower interest rate, but we're doing that additional work. It's an investment of love, I call it, because we're not charging for that. But what if you had all that sorted out? How much easier would it have been for us to assist you?
You know, Kevin, I think you're pointing to an aspect of this conversation which is absolutely necessary for us, especially as we support SMEs. And I've recently, as some of you are familiar, managed a project in Jamaica around piloting, testing, taking intellectual property as collateral for loans. And conducting that pilot with several micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises was very exciting. You know, the government and everyone was very excited about it because here we needed to bridge the valuation of IP, know what you're worth. Oh, I can finally, take my IP to the bank. And as we handheld the firms through the process, as we prepared the valuation of the intellectual property and did all the groundwork, and then introduced the firm to the commercial bank, there was a bottleneck. But the bottleneck was not what people often say it is. It was not that the commercial bank was risk averse. It was that the firm itself was not in a position, did not have the kind of documentation which proved that the business was a viable entity worth investing in. And I want to just spread the conversation and ask Stephen Lander as well, who himself was a commercial banker, is here as a development financing officer for the CDB, just to share his own experience and thoughts on this.
because I think if we do not address this, we will continue to make this seem like it's a commercial bank against small business issue when it is not. Or commercial bank don't like women businesses, which is not necessarily is. So Stephen, your thoughts as well on this, please.
Thank you. I mean, first of all, let me just endorse everything that was said. And the last point is very important about records, right? And I've been in banking a long time, and the interesting thing I've seen both sides of the coin, in the sense that people don't have proper records to prove that they're doing well enough, right? To give the financier comfort. And I've seen records that suggest that the business is doing a lot worse than what, for example, their bank statements say. I remember one small entrepreneur being quite surprised when I showed her how much money actually passed through her account, which was about 4 times what was reported on the financial statement. So it's records, yes. It's also quality of information and reliability of that information to allow the financier to make a decision. So part of what we'll be bringing to the market through the private sector division at CDB is a technical assistance to help build that capacity and ensure that businesses are in a position to provide that information when they're in the market seeking. Let me introduce another word here that I haven't heard today, capital. And I want to use that word because I think when we use the word finance, we tend to think of debt, and more particularly commercial bank debt. And I want to challenge everyone to start thinking capital, because there is room to take on equity. How many of us, the entrepreneurs in here, have actually shopped our businesses around to friends, family, acquaintances to say, come in with me and buy 10% of my business. Here's my idea.
Yes.
It's a great idea. Put in $100,000, I'll give you 50% of the business. And that puts you in a much better position, particularly in the early stages, because I tell people all the time, debt is obligatory.
Yes.
I lend you $100,000, you're going to have to start paying me back next month. With equity, it gives you a lot more flexibility to actually build in the early stages.
And it's more patient than
exactly.
the debt.
It improves your capital structure, so you're in a better position to talk to a debt financier. And a lot of the times, the people that are coming in as investors are also bringing on expertise that you can leverage. So addressing the bandwidth issue, right? So, I mean, we have to open up, and probably part of the challenge is that we are scared that people will steal our ideas. So maybe there's something to address on the IP side in terms of the market, so dealing with that fence again. So there are lots of things that we can talk about. The important thing is that we're having the conversation. I'm happy to be a part of it. I chat with Lisa quite a bit about my experiences and my ideas as to how we can address these barriers. And we're looking forward to make an impact with the likes of, the GMBs, the UN Women, and the Inspires of the world.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Absolutely important aspect of the conversation is the capital question. And what we also found through that pilot, a lot of firms that are going to a commercial bank are early stage firms where debt is not necessarily the best option for an early stage or a seed firm. So I really support that conversation. Is there any, yes, I just wanted to take one input from the audience, and then we will have our wrap-up plenary. Thank you very much. Alana is moving nicely around. She is getting all her exercise in this afternoon.
Your question.
Yes, I really love the note that the entire day is ending on. It's a really good position, I think. The question you pose, what's next? So you are right. There is still too high a percentage of small businesses that do not keep good enough records, that cannot get access to finance, primarily because it's their fault. They're not having the structures in place to support that. And so what's next for them is to, as you said, outsource and get people to help them with what they're not good at so that they can concentrate on making. But what's also next is for the few of us that do have ourselves together, let me speak for myself and not pretend to know about anybody else, so get myself in trouble. You cannot tell me that my business is not a company. It is a company, it is registered, my financials are good. Worked very hard on cash flow from the beginning. I have a board to keep myself accountable at the end of the year. It is profitable. I would like it to be a lot more profitable. And we will get there. What I would like to see next for the businesses that are perhaps at my stage would be a very well-crafted strategy for scaling micro businesses. I know it gets tacked on to micro, small, medium enterprises, but micro is a different animal altogether. It's not the same as small and medium. I can say this from spending time in it now. About 5 years ago, in a different life, I came across a statistic that said that 70% of the businesses across the Caribbean are micro, what people would call cottage industries or those types of businesses, right? They're not going to hire more than one other person, but the thing is about micro businesses is that they have really great potential to scale and very quickly. Microsoft was a micro business in somebody's garage, so was Instagram. Albeit they're in the technology field, but the scaling is not limited to them. I don't have the answers, but I do have a few observations that I will be willing to put on the table to anybody who wants to craft this strategy for scaling micro businesses, but I'd like to see that come as what's next.
Absolutely, thank you very much. So we have our work cut out for us. I'll give you one last snippet each, and thank you so much for joining us here for She Talks. Kevin, we'll reverse the order this time. Mine first. Sorry.
So thanks again for staying the entire day. It's now almost 4.
Thank you, Kevin. Well, nicely done. Nicely done.
So far as to say that for me personally, one of the reasons I remain in this space is because I'm passionate about SMEs. I admire everything that it takes to be a successful SME. And it is most gratifying when I'm able to move a client from a small business, for example, because I really play in this small to medium-sized space, from a small business past medium through to corporate. We celebrate those things. We actually have parties when our clients are graduated to that next phase, because what it means is that for those clients, their family life changes. Their kids can go to better school. They can support the communities better. They can support the parishes better. And the country and the region as a whole benefit from that. So my commitment is that, and what success looks like for me, is that we are moving our clients from that basic level, micro, small business, but especially women. And I'm not saying because I'm at this particular event. Ken would know, we have had discussions. We have a particular focus on moving our female entrepreneurs to that next level, because our records tell us that most of you are in the micro space. So my challenge is, how do I get you from that micro space through to small, through to medium, and then you can go and conquer the world? That's my challenge.
And we will track you on that. Kieran?
Sure. So parting words would be, what I'm hearing is that to a large extent, it would be useful to meet the entrepreneurs where they are. And so for those of you who are operating on a micro level, you have a viable business, you have proven demand, you have track record. I think the solutions, both financial and other, that enable you to take the business from micro too small. I think that's where we need to put a lot of focus and figure out, which I think we have done, that Inspire is doing, how do we adjudicate, how do we enable you to get access to financing, even if you don't have financial statements quite yet. You have bank accounts, you have bank records that could be used to determine what kind of capital you can absorb into the business. And so that's, I think, the challenge, the finance part of it, the support part of it, because we have to start where a large number of our businesses are. And so that's where we hope to make a very big difference. And then, of course, yes, take it through the life cycle. But start where we are is my takeaway from today's session.
Thank you very much, Kieran. And Tony? Tony?
It's all right, don't
Take
worry.
off the
I'm
Ann.
teasing you.
I know.
You know, all the Jamaicans say Tony Ann, because my father named me
Okay,
to be Jamaican. And I knew you were Jamaican too. My takeaway from this is coordination and collaboration.
Yes.
We're all doing a lot for MSMEs, or we feel we're doing a lot for MSMEs, all of us. How can we be more effective at doing it collaboratively so that they know how to navigate our different spaces? The other thing that is really kind of looming out for me, I'm talking about that chain link fence again. All of us, the private sector, those of us within the intergovernmental space, need to keep working closely with our governments on education reform. Because the issue is that we still POB and POA. For those of you who don't know, principles of accounting and principles of business. When I was in school, when you were bright, you did the sciences. If you weren't as bright, you did the humanities. And then if you
failed some courses,
you did
POA.
You did business.
Yes.
That should never be the case. We should all be studying business across, from the time we have children in primary school, they need to be thinking about entrepreneurship. Not all of us will be entrepreneurs, but the principles and skills that come from entrepreneurship are needed to be applied in every sphere of our society. So we can't do this alone. In our coordination, if we are empowering the entrepreneurs, but they're hitting a ceiling that's legislative, or they're hitting a ceiling that is just capacity-wise,
Yes.
because the foundation they had was not enough, we will be stuck. So we will continue to support collaboration and coordination.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Tony. So what's next for me is to thank our panel for joining the conversation. And also really, as regional coordinator for SheTrades, the Caribbean Hub, is to promise that we will continue this engagement deliberately. You were deliberately asked and invited here. It was not to fill time slots, which we have exceeded. And we have also deliberately invited representatives from our borrowing member countries. So what's next is for me to ask those representatives, five to represent the 19, to also join us with our SheTrades Outlook coordinator as well, to just respond to today's proceedings in plenary and bring the session to a close. We will forego the concluding session in the rapporteur's report because we're so past time, but we promise that we will be providing a report from today's symposium. So thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you, Kieran, and thank you, Tony. Thank you. So I'll invite Dimitri Lemma from Suriname Business Forum, Brent Deveau from Bahamas Development Bank, Andrina Simon from the OECS Competitiveness Business Unit, Ethne Miller-Simpson from the Women Entrepreneurs Network of the Caribbean, and Keisha Phillips from St. Vincent and the Grenadines Center for Enterprise Development. They will share with you in snippets their response to today's proceedings, after which we'll ask Jem to share the key findings that have come out of the SheTrades Outlook exercise that has been conducted and that we discussed yesterday. Please feel free to join. We'll start with Brent. Brent, we'll start with you. Yeah, if you could just, for the purposes, speak at the podium, that's fine. Take a seat.
Good afternoon. I must admit I perhaps am the least informed on this topic. By an act of fate, I have the opportunity to be here. And thanks from the Bahamas Development Bank to both the ITC and the CDB for allowing us to benefit from this arrangement. But she trades because she is able to. And I think that is why we're fighting for equality among the sexes. But who knows and fully appreciates or can grasp the state of gender equality, both inter-regionally and around the world? And so for that reason, like our colleague mentioned, we need to share. We need to share experiences, and we need good data. And so we need to work together and intentionally hold roundtables, seminars, marketing campaigns to sensitize the public on the challenges for this demographic and encourage systemic change. Trumpeting the issues of women can melt the heart, perhaps, of any thinking person. This will require support from both private and government sources. A much more concerted effort at focusing on policymakers would be key. And most of my suggestions are in questions. But can we identify these key individuals? Can we articulate in a way that moves them and encourages policy creation with a gender lens? For regions leading in gender equality, inclusion is actually important. We don't want to feel that we're okay when we compare ourselves perhaps to another nation. There's room, though, in any situation for improvement. Can best practices in those regions be shared with other countries that may improve execution nationally? While we can acknowledge that not all regions, nations, and cultures do not offer the full advantages to women that would allow them to exercise and practice business, trade, and the like equally, it's hard to explain when we do not have the ability to qualify and quantify our concerns. Therefore, an international effort, a regional effort for data collection need be implemented and captured to capture the state and progress of any economy and trade between economies. Perhaps a convention can be thought of to this kind of data capture. And of course, I'm saying this, I'm speaking from any experience, but data speaks, and we need to respond to what it is when it's communicating. Yeah, she trades because she's able. We need to support, she needs that support to prove that she can. And so we need to assist with sharing the risk and the reward. Women-led and owned businesses need be considered for guarantees and affordable lending. Can institutions be required perhaps to prove that a portion of their portfolio actually supports gender equality? Businesses need support from FIs. Jamaica seems to be getting it right. Can we share that information and that data to cater support in the other regions? We should explore that. We must certainly continue with microlending, but what about the support needed for a growing business so that they can present themselves as or give the sustaining support to communities and economies? I like this thought. She trades because she is able. And I think, and you perhaps would agree after today, that both education and training assist her with that, with proving that she is able. Relationships with local and international private government educational institutions to offer quality, affordable, and accessible training is important. And with more technological and educational support, Businesses led by women can perform better in the market, be able to offer more resilient stance, both locally and when trading internationally. They would pivot where they need to make themselves better. And women in business, if shown how to improve in their business, can scale, can be competitive, and be motivated to invent a means to thrive. So then, can there be policy in all regions to encourage this? I think we need to have that discussion, or I should say, continue that discussion. I forgot I'm the only one just starting this. But can we continue with this? I'm certainly proud of the work done in the region, and I hope to be a part of it, impacting my own country as we see SheTrades improve the quality of women business in the region. Thank you.
So we came, we saw, and we've listened. We came not knowing exactly what to expect. We came knowing that we were going to be hearing about business, we were going to be talking about trade. We have seen each other. We've been talking to each other for months, not knowing who we each were. But we've seen each other now. We have made jokes, we've laughed together. And the next step needs to now be implementation, needs to be facilitation. And in putting all these thoughts together, I'm sure we are leaving with questions, even though we came with questions. So we are now convinced that the SheTrades initiative prioritizes women and trade, bringing both elements together in a closer integration. And the policies that will come from this conversation will definitely address systemic change and systemic trade. This conversation is now putting all of this in the spotlight, and it is clear that this nexus of women and trade is now central to the future, and what exactly will that future look like? Women's empowerment is central to achieving, yes, the SDGs, and the SheTrades Hub will help us in connecting women to markets and financial institutions. But I'm not just going to read a nicely written paragraph or two, but to ask a few probing questions and to share some thoughts which will provoke us into further action. So we sat and we listened to Kevin a while ago, and because he used a Jamaica example, I'm going to provocatively say that the reason some things are not happening with women as they're happening with men is because the 4 companies that he spoke about are 4 companies where the owners of those ideas and companies are young men who went to particular schools, and they belong to particular boys' clubs. And it is evident as well that those 4 young men reached out, which sometimes many of us as women business owners do not do. And in reaching out, they knew who to reach to. And those mentors that emerged out of the brickwork and the mythical space are mentors who we have seen in industry in Jamaica. So the I Creates and the Blue Dot and the One-to-One and the Edufocal are all owned by young men who went to either JC, KC, or they reached out to the proven Christopher Williams, CEO, etc., etc. And we could be here all evening having that conversation. I remember when that article came out in Jamaica, there was a tweet where someone provocatively asked, where is the women equivalent? We are here sitting in this room. The CWIT, the WENC, the SheTrades. Now, what is going to happen after this is that we're going to ensure that we pull things together and then go back to Kevin at JMMB and have the conversation to say, we are now ready, are you? The next provocative thing that we are going to pull together from this conversation this evening, and I'm sorry that Tony may have slipped out, during COVID, we were not able to find the money to keep our businesses going. And what we did was simply this. We came up with a partner program or plan. And I remember naming it right after we had completed the training with UN Women. We named it the Win-Win Entrepreneurship Fund. And there was money somewhere over in Europe that Tony said to us, Ethne, how about if we put things together and see if we can access this fund? So the SheTrades network is going to do that a little bit more for us. And to answer the other question, credit repair needs some attention, because all of us as business owners, when we go through the 5 and 10 years of running our businesses out of our kitchens, sometimes end up with not so great credit. We are not the forgotten people. We are still the business owners holding the economy and the GDP together. So as I close, yes, there's going to be need for policy advocacy, because many of us start out with a business, Kim, but we recognize along the way that we are better advocates for business than business owners and business women. So there needs to be that conversation as well. And to use an example that I've been nurturing since the first flight on the way here, and now realizing that there's space for it, let's take agriculture. We now realize that you have an ice cream that can be made from sweet potato. You have women in the room who are in agriculture. You have the financiers here. We have Portland, and we also have, Inspire? Yes, the difference between capital and finance. But we should be able to take that sweet potato ice cream idea and get it done in a short time. So the best time to support an SME is now. The question is, do we have the will to make it happen? Thank you.
She inherited a business, a very small business that had started becoming a success from her mother. A business her mother was forced to begin as a young single parent with 3 mouths to feed. From toying with the love of the kitchen, she developed her own recipes for pepper sauces and green seasonings, and everybody she shared with loved. But as she had her kids, she realized that this was a start for her to earn a living. And so she started selling. Her business grew from household to household in her community and eventually throughout her country, becoming one of the best known pepper sauces, green seasonings in her country. She herself, having benefited from her mother's hard work, was well educated, and at the time of her mother's death, she was already employed in the government service. But she saw the potential, and she had a love for what her mother did and what she was exposed to growing up. So she gave up that job and a bright, promising future in her career, and she took up where her mom left off. Using education and whatever knowledge she gained otherwise, she grew that business. She reached the stage of exporting. But she met a block. She had never really tapped into or received proper guidance on how she should formally establish her business. She had heard of organizations that exist and programs that can assist her in formalizing her business. And so she finally did. And because of that, she was able to be guided, not just to have her business registered, She was able to have a proper business plan done so that she can access the funding that she needed to expand the business to ensure that she can take up the opportunities to export and grow her business. Through special programs, education, via business training, and other services provided, her business is now a multi-million-dollar company. That's my little story this evening, because she trades, because she started out of a necessity. She traded because it was what she learned. She traded because it was what she benefited from, what gave her the life and the lifestyle that she came to know. Today, she trades because she is a proud Caribbean woman who was able to take up from where her mother left off, and she had a strong support system from business support organizations such as CED, and with programs such as those offered by the Caribbean Development Bank, UN Women, and all of the agencies that are gathered here today to celebrate the launch of SheTrades Caribbean. When we came here yesterday, most of us were strangers. We met, and before half the day was out, we were almost one unit. In our deliberations, we found that we did not share any different experience than each other. In fact, almost every challenge was the same. So we know that across the region, women encounter quite a lot of challenges, but there are basic ones that seem to always crop up. Chief among them, access to finance, the lack of knowledge for certain things, the lack of entrepreneurial skills, for instance. And someone spoke to the lack of even our self-confidence, because as women, we get turned down so often in business, or we find so many doors being closed when we knock on them, that it affects our self-confidence, and sometimes we give up. She trades today because she has gained her self-confidence. She trades because she sees that there is something hopeful. She trades because she is now empowered to do what she is passionate about doing. And she trades because, not just because she needs to put something on the table, not because she just wants to eat her food. She trades because she knows that with her business and the many other businesses that her sisters in entrepreneurship are running, and with the support of SheTrades and all of the programs that are available, she can now access not just the regional market, but the international market. She can not only just earn a living, but she trades because she is enriching the economy of her country, the region, and she is making a change on the world platform for all women. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I must say, I've had a very enjoyable past 2 days. I came here to listen to everybody from around the region to gain insight on this project. You know, I think women have so much to offer, but they are so often underestimated. This is why I think this SheTrades initiative is very important. I think of SheTrades, I think of empowerment. So let us support our women entrepreneurs and open more opportunities developed to match their unique needs and to also address the challenges they face in the region. This initiative is very important, and it's also very timely because it aligns with the OECS Commission priority of reinventing the economy. Let us encourage our women entrepreneurs in business and trade. We want to ensure that our partnership with the CDB enables us to support the transformation of our regional economies to become globally competitive. As the region changes within the new global reality, growth, poverty reduction, preservation of livelihoods, and sustainable development has become more important towards ensuring that our entrepreneurship drive is heightened and sustained. When we speak about sustainability, it is very crucial for us to address the challenges faced by both women-focused enterprises and women entrepreneurs. I think there is a great need for us to help increase the visibility of women-focused inclusive businesses and also to ensure the voices of female entrepreneurs are being heard. And this is so very important. We're hoping that the SheTrades will be able to address this. You know, I really love the tool that we went through yesterday, the Outlook tool. And I was so pleased and surprised and ecstatic that it has already been actually executed in 2 of our member states. It was St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines. I would like to see my ultimate goal coming out of this participation is to ensure that this Outlook survey activity is executed in all our member states. Because as much as this initiative is important, if we do not have the quality information coming out of surveys like the SheTrade Outlooks, it will be for naught. Because we want to ensure that we are actually meeting the needs and the unique challenges that women entrepreneurs face within the region. And quality data is important because it not only helps the entrepreneurs to make informed decisions, but it also helps our governments to make informed decisions as well. So I love that tool, and thank you so much for showing us the results of that tool yesterday. I think a project like this provides a strong network for women entrepreneurs with access to another 3 million entrepreneurs. Our female business people in the region cannot ask for more. I think it would be a fantastic opportunity to be able to hold B2B activities for our women entrepreneurs with entrepreneurs from the other side of the world. So I really, really love this. I think our desire really is to see women entrepreneurs in the region become influential, excellent in development, and also have the best operational strength that they can have. I think as my Director General quoted earlier, and I will quote it again, the launch of the SheTrades Caribbean Hub marks a new dawn for our resilient women entrepreneurs, creating new pathways to global competitiveness. Together, we can chart a course towards inclusive prosperity and global impact. The future of trade is female. SheTrade empowers. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your actions, and I really appreciate your comment regarding the SheTrades Outlook. I now realize that I'm supposed to kind of close this program. I have this responsibility now, so I don't want to keep everyone here with us a few more minutes later. I have a PowerPoint presentation, but I can go ahead with summarizing the SheTrades Outlook results in the Caribbean. We have talked a lot of these findings yesterday in more depth, but today I just really want to focus on what it is and what are the key findings. So The SheTrades Outlook tool is a policy tool that we have developed at ITC to help policymakers assess, monitor, and improve the policy ecosystem for women in business and trade. And we have rolled out this tool in around 52 countries worldwide already. And in the Caribbean, we have 7 countries. It includes Barbados, Dominican Republic, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Trinidad and Tobago. And we have collected data to assess the policy ecosystem, how it really helps women to do business and trade in between the period of 2019 and 2023. And we have seen this table yesterday already, but just to highlight that trade policy is still still the area where more effort is needed. And I would like to highlight this because trade policy really has an important role to improve and promote gender equality and women's economic empowerment. And I can share with you some of the things that we already talked about yesterday. We have an opportunity to include women in policy consultation processes. We have the opportunity to collect gender disaggregated data on companies and women's participation in entrepreneurship and trade to make sure and understand, that where are they, what are their challenges, and make sure that our interventions really address their needs and priorities. We also can still provide training to trade officials, and this was echoed by one of the speakers a while ago in session 3, that we still have to make sure that trade policymakers understand that gender equality is their business. We also have an opportunity to include gender considerations in free trade agreements, which was also something that was mentioned by one of our speakers this afternoon. And lastly, there is an opportunity to use public procurement as a tool to really empower women and increase their participation in business. And these are just some of the things that we have seen through the SheTrades Outlook assessment. So maybe I would answer the question, what's next? And to leave you, before we part ways today, I just have one thing to say: let's collaborate. And I have already told you yesterday that we have, as ITC, we have been providing different assistance or support to governments. One is through technical assistance in developing gender-responsive policies, including public procurement policies, trade policy, SME strategies, free trade agreement implementation strategies, etc. And this can be something that we can offer to Caribbean countries as well. We just need your buy-in. We need your government's commitment to work together. Another is that we have created the SheTrades Outlook Network, where we share good practices among country-based officials. And we have heard a comment yesterday that there's an indication from trade and gender focal points in the Caribbean region and that they are interested to join this network to share and learn from the good practices that they have, and also from other countries across the world. And last but not the least, I would like to share that on public procurement, we are launching a global campaign to really bring in together committed governments and really start conversations on how we can make public procurement work for women. So to end this, again, let's collaborate. And I hope that you enjoyed the launch event and the symposium. And I will give back the floor to Kayan. Thank you very much to everyone.
I just love how we collaborate. So, Jem, thanks for closing for me. It's only left for me to express our appreciation for you, for having stayed a full day with us, for spending a day and a half with us, and for all the work that has gone on for the past several months by all of us as a team to have celebrated today the birth of the SheTrades Regional Hub in the Caribbean. This is the first of our conversations. They will continue. But we could not leave here. I wouldn't get to the car park if I do not thank all of you, the country representatives from the 19 CDB born member countries, the CDB and the ITC teams. Together, we have worked seamlessly. We have worked tirelessly to really give birth to SheTrades Caribbean. Legal, the offices of the President and the Executive Director, the private sector division of the CDB, communications teams between CDB and the ITC, our administrative staff, ASU, security, facilities, Women in Trade division, our global coordinator, Dr. Christie, SheTrades Outlook team led by Jem, our video and production teams, our photographer, and all who have made an impact today. And I will not leave here without thanking my project officer, my partner in crime, Alana Riley, for all that she has done also to support us. Thank you, Alana. We appreciate you all, and thank you for being here today. The conversation continues. Safe flight home, but before you go, take a dip.
And a prize in their eyes. 3 million women on a roll, on a mission. Mr. Hugh in competition for a sister with ambition. As her mama used to tell her, trust your female intuition.
3 million women.
3 million women mean business. She's here, she's there, she's firm, she's fair. She knows a woman's place is in the chair. She's smart, she's sharp, she's keen, she's able. She knows a woman's place is at the boardroom table. 3 million women mean business.
Más mujeres para que trabajen como nosotras.
She's a voice of her gender with her own point of view. Changing the agenda, which is wherever due. She's 3 million women. 3 million women. 3 million women. Business. She'll heal, she'll deal, she'll sow, she'll grow. She's an entrepreneur from her head to her toe. She's a daughter, supporter, exporter, transporter, transformer, transforming her life. She's 3 million women with a hunger for success, a thirst to be first, a quest to impress, shaking up the planet like UPS. 3 million women, yeah. With a hope, with a need. When women succeed, the world succeeds.
Vinh dự hôm nay được tiếp đón các bạn. My name is Helen from Happy Hand.
Mi nombre es Anselma Chalewan. Yo cuido la reja de Licona.
All women in the world. Believe in yourself.
3 million women mean business.
You can do anything.